Order. We will now begin the daily routine. We will begin with presenting and reading petitions. Presenting reports of committees. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. I recognize the Honourable Minister for African Nova Scotian Affairs.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to table the Moving Towards Equity report for 2021 to 22 and the Moving Towards Equity report for 2022 to 2023. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The report has been tabled. Any other tabling reports, regulations, and papers? Statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas this past weekend, the Department of Community Services welcomed more than 1,200 people from communities across the province in person and online to the Rebuilding Hope Conference, hosted by the Disability Support Program staff. And whereas at the conference, Premier Houston apologized on behalf of the government for the historic, systemic discrimination against persons with disabilities, to right the wrongs of the past, rebuild hope, and find a new way forward. And whereas, through the Human Rights Remedy, we are moving forward together with the disability community to build a better future and ensure that everyone in our province has choice and the equal opportunity to participate and to find success. Therefore, be it resolved that the members of this House join me in working to transform the way government supports persons with disabilities as we work collectively to celebrate diversity and inclusion for everyone. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
Before we move forward, I just kindly remind the Minister not to use names of individuals within the chamber. There has been a request for a waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas municipal and village governments across the province provide essential services that enhance the quality of life of Nova Scotians and make our communities a destination of choice for immigrants around the world, and whereas dedicated mayors, wardens, councillors, commissioners and staff are critical to the effective governance of our municipalities and villages, and whereas municipalities and villages are stepping up to do their part to address climate change and the housing crisis, therefore be it resolved that as November 6th to 12th is Municipal Awareness Week, all members of the House of Assembly recognize the vital role of local government and all who support it. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye? Contrary minded, nay. Motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister responsible for military relations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas yesterday sailors from HMCS Summerside and HMCS Shawinigan arrived back in Halifax after completing a 4-month deployment to the North and Baltic Seas. And whereas in July, both ships left Halifax to take part in Operation Reassurance, a Canadian Armed Forces mission focused on promoting maritime security and stability in Central and Eastern Europe and reinforcing Canada's commitment to NATO allies. And whereas as the mother of a son who serves in the Canadian Armed Forces, I know how special those first steps back home into the arms of a loved one are. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House join me in welcoming home these ships and their service members, as well as extending thanks to the families of our service members and all those who are part of Operation Reassurance. Bravo, Zulu. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. Are there any further government notices of motion? Introduction of bills. Notices of motion. Statements by members. I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to bring recognition to Angela Sampson and her children's book that's been approved for use in Nova Scotia's public schools. Angela from Pine Tree published her book titled I Have Anxiety in July 2023 to help children and their parents better understand their anxiety disorder. In this book, Angela learns about herself, her disorder, and some important tools to help her with her anxiety symptoms. Having this book in public schools will be a reminder to Nova Scotian children that they are not alone and their feelings and symptoms are real. I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature to join me in congratulating Angela Sampson on the success of her book. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you. Today I want to recognize Ruth Ann Sutherland of Hubli. Ruth Ann is a dedicated member of the Bay Grandmothers, a community group of kindred spirits from across Canada, the UK, Australia, and within my own constituency, who have helped to raise over $40 million in solidarity with African grandmothers. Through the Grandmothers to Grandmothers campaign, they have organized art shows, fashion shows, community luncheons, bike rides, walks, and published books to support their charity work. This year, the Grandmothers to Grandmothers campaign is proud to present a commemorative quilt to honor the 20th anniversary of Stephen Lewis Foundation. The Stephen Lewis Foundation has championed health and human rights community-led partners to respond to the HIV pandemic for many years. The quilt featuring the Tree of Life is a symbol of solidarity, stitched together with contributions from grandmothers across Canada and 6 countries in sub-Saharan Africa. I'd like the members of the House of Assembly to join me in thanking Ruth Ann for her work to support this charity and show what wonderful things are accomplished when women gather, connect to share their resources, creativity, and compassion for humanity. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, Dartmouth North artist Roxanne Smith's exhibit, Behold, explores what context is left out when we take or view a photograph. The exhibit ran from September 7th to October 1st at the Viewpoint Gallery in Bedford. Each piece consisted of 3 images side by side, the central image showing a person encountering a landscape, and then the images on either side capturing other views of the same location. And over top, the 3 panels are current and historical maps or vintage photographs that lend context to the location. Behold asks the viewers to question what is left out from each and every photograph and explores issues such as coastal erosion, the impacts of the mining industry, the housing and homelessness crisis, and how we treat those who live with mental illness or in poverty. These are all issues that we tackle in this House. I ask the House to join me in congratulating Roxanne Smith on Behold, her 12th solo exhibit, and thank her for using her artistic talents to explore such important themes.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to welcome home the ship's company of HMCS Shawinigan and HMCS Summerside. After a 4-month deployment as part of Operation Reassurance in the Baltic Sea, the crews returned home to their joyful families and friends yesterday. Operation Reassurance, currently the Canadian Armed Forces' largest overseas deployment, has been ongoing since April of 2014. The mission contributes to NATO assurance and deterrence measures in Central and Eastern Europe. The crews returning home this weekend were focused on mine hunting and disposal. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of this House of Assembly to join me in welcoming home the crews of HMCS Summerside and HMCS Shawinigan after a job well done. Bravo, Zulu. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sydney, Member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Rise to my feet today, and as we all know, there are events happening all over communities across the province and in the CBRM in regards to Remembrance Day. And to put on those events takes a lot of work and dedication by many volunteers in our communities, but also the Legions. And I specifically want to mention Ashby Legion in Sydney, as well as the other Legions and the members of the Legions across the CBRM. Schools will be putting on events for their students, and as I said, a lot of hours and a lot of preparation go into putting on these events in our communities to remember the ultimate sacrifice that Canadians made for our democracy. So, Madam Speaker, I rise to my place today to recognize everyone at home and across the province who will be helping to ensure that Remembrance Day services happen in communities across Nova Scotia. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Each year at the awards banquet in celebration of family medicine, Nova Scotia's Family Physician of the Year is presented with a kaleidoscope. This year, Dr. Emmanuel Ajwan is the Nova Scotia's College of Family Physicians Family Physician of the Year for 2023. Dr. Ajwan cares for his patients in New Waterford. He meticulously plans to keep a check on the health of his patients, and he knows each one of them and their stories. The way he connects and puts his patients at ease allows them to open up about the most vulnerable of feelings. He pours his heart out, often going above and beyond to ensure every task is done. I want to congratulate Dr. Ajwan. I am proud to have him as a constituent of the Cape Breton Centre Whitney Pier and working in New Waterford. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased today to rise to recognize a newly formed seniors group in Eastern Passage. This group of vibrant, outgoing, and fun-loving seniors meets every Monday afternoon at the Horizon Recreation Centre under the direction of Mandy Raftis. This lively seniors group hosts dance lessons, art classes, karaoke, play fun games, go on boat tours, and even a trip to the Lieutenant Governor's garden party. The seniors group offers a way for folks to get out and have fun while meeting new people. This summer past, these teenagers received the Summer Carnival Parade Float Award for the most humorous float. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature to join me in congratulating this delightful group for bringing such joy and friendship to our community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Madam Speaker, this past Saturday, the J.L. Ilsley judges faced the Glace Bay Panthers in the May Kibyuk Memorial Hockey Tournament in North Sydney. Well, Madam Speaker, our boys fought hard, but ended up losing to the Glace Bay Panthers 10-3. Hudson Clark had 5 goals and assists. Pierre Hutchings had 3 assists, and Christian McKenzie, a.k.a. Champ, stopped 13 of 16 shots for the Panthers. A well-earned victory, Madam Chair. Congratulations to all the kids involved and to the member for Glace Bay. You got us this time, but wait for the rematches. Go Judges.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to recognize a musical project that has turned into a thriving community co-op. Music in Communities is a nonprofit organization in the Annapolis Valley that got its start in 2019 with the Canning Kitchen Party, a series of small concerts around different locations in the Canning area. Since then, they have grown considerably and developed several programs to employ local working musicians. Anyone wanting to get into music will find something they enjoy from Music in Communities, whether it's a choir, jam session, ukulele class, or songwriting group. In addition to building a strong sense of community, the group also goes out of their way to bring opportunities for listening to and making music with communities with shared interests, backgrounds, and struggles. They work to support Black, Indigenous, 2S LGBTQIA+, and disabled folks and use music as a tool for healing, resilience, and strength. Madam Speaker, I ask that my colleagues in the House join me in commending Music in Communities for bringing music into the lives of everyone they meet and all over Nova Scotia.
I recognize the honourable member for Eastern Shore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to bring recognition to the life of Addison Halloran. On this day 4 years ago, Addie passed away at the young age of 9. Even though her life was short, she had an everlasting impact on the many people who were lucky enough to know her. Her laugh was contagious, her curls were adorable, and her legacy has proven to be incredibly powerful. To know her was to love her, and today in Porters Lake, there is a sea of pink at O'Connell Drive Elementary in her memory. Addie is dearly missed by her mom and dad, Ashley and Tyler Halloran, her brother Landon, and sister Kenzie. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of the Assembly to join me in honoring Addie's life and wish her family the love and support they need as they continue to grieve her loss. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to thank a dedicated volunteer and the community manager of Square Roots Fairview Clayton Park, Yvonne Noel. Over the last 4 years, Yvonne has played a vital role in Fairview Clayton Park, ensuring that families in our community had access to healthy and affordable food. Coordinating hundreds of volunteers and managing the logistics of providing for so many families is a remarkable feat. Yvonne has been the driving force of many organizing community events like a community Halloween party when the schools weren't able to, partnering with Freeman's Fairview and the Salvation Army to give away hundreds of pizza kits and Christmas dinners during COVID, and working with countless community groups to supply veggies to 412 seniors for Valentine's Day this year. Madam Speaker, please join me in thanking Yvonne for her outstanding service to Fairview Clayton Park. Her dedication and tireless work have truly been a lifeline for so many families. Thank you, Yvonne, for your incredible service to our community. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, did you know the Trans-Canada Trail is the largest trail network in the world? The Trans-Canada Trail connects Canadians and visitors to nature and to one another from coast to coast to coast through accessible and inclusive outdoor activities. Through collaboration and partnerships, they build and maintain and steward Canada's National Trail, a unique system of connected urban and rural trails. Each and every one of us live near a trail. So tctrail.ca can show you the trail virtually. And if you are adventurous while walking along the trail, take a pic and post it to the hashtag on the trail to let others see the beauty from your location here in Nova Scotia. I would like all members to join me in recognizing the hard work that board members and volunteers do to keep our trails vibrant and alive for folks to enjoy. Everyone should get out and enjoy the trails.
I recognize the honourable member for Waverley Fall River Beaverbank.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, November is Lebanese Heritage Month, and I want to take this opportunity to recognize a successful Lebanese family who lives in our constituency. Antoinette and her son Miguel Aboud own Antoinette's Cheesecakes. Yum's all I can think of. I'm sure many of you have enjoyed her cheesecakes, especially during the holiday season. They have 2 stores, one in Dartmouth and one in Bedford, and they're getting ready to open their 3rd in Lower Sackville, just off Beaverbank Road. We are incredibly grateful that Antoinette and Miguel donate their time and cheesecakes to many sports and mental health fundraisers across this province. Madam Speaker, please help me recognize the amazing Lebanese family and thank them for everything they do for our province. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I'd just like to recognize the boys and girls varsity soccer teams at CP Allen. Both teams just wrapped up a really successful season over the weekend. Both made it to the provincial finals. Unfortunately, both did fall short, but in a province where you're talking about dozens of high schools, it is certainly no shame to finish second. So I just wanted to congratulate all the parents, teachers, and of course the players at the boys and girls soccer teams at CP Allen for what were very successful seasons. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, during this sitting of the legislature, there's been much discussion about the gaps that exist in school food programs. Nourish Nova Scotia is a not-for-profit organization that fills those gaps. Its mission is to ensure that all children and youth living in this province are well nourished to live, learn, and play. On November 16th, I'm very much looking forward to attend. Oh, my statement just disappeared. Got it back. got it back. To attending is the Nourish Nova Scotia's 10th anniversary. I've long supported Nourish, especially their Nourish Your Roots produce fundraiser, and I'm thrilled that they're now located on Farrell Street in Dartmouth North. When Nourish launched in 2013, its first act was to establish a school breakfast program. Between 2017 and 2022, the Nourish Your Roots fundraiser resulted in more than $500,000 for school and childcare food programs and almost $1 million in revenue for local farmers. I asked the House to join me in congratulating Nourish Nova Scotia on their 10th anniversary and thank the organization for all they do to nourish this province's children and youth.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I have my statement right here in front of me. Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Sackville Business Association. The Sackville Business Association, a not-for-profit association representing the interests of local businesses, celebrated their 20th year anniversary on June 22nd, 2023 at the Fultz House Museum in Lower Sackville. The board of directors and staff of the SBA do a great job creating and organizing events to bring the community together. Events such as the free outdoor concerts at Acadia Park, the annual tree lighting ceremony, Sandwich Week, and Sackville Snow Days, just to name a few. They also provide networking, marketing, and education support to the local business owners. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of the House of Assembly to join me in congratulating the Sackville Business Association for their incredible work over the last 20 years and to wish them continued success well into the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I stand to recognize Cole Harbour Dartmouth resident John Hanlon, who is always available to lend a hand in our community. John became involved at Pope John, St. John 23rd Church, when his neighbour invited him to join the Knights of Columbus. He has helped with organizing fundraising dinners and supported various other events. It was not long before John became the Grand Knight. During that time, he also volunteered many hours fixing and doing general repairs around the church. He was so good that he was offered the position of church caretaker when it became available. Generally, if something doesn't work or needs fixing, John is on it. His phone rings 24/7 with questions, and he frequently pops down to the church to rectify the problem. Got a problem? Where, how, when? Just call John. Madam Speaker, I ask that the members of the House of Assembly join me in thanking John Hanlon for supporting his community by sharing his time and reliable handyman skills. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to draw attention to the potential risk presented to our entire province by the continuous deterioration of the Chignecto Isthmus. Known better locally as the Tantramar Marsh, the isthmus and its transportation and utility infrastructure is threatened by the combined effects of rising sea levels and the increase in severe weather events, both a result of climate change. In some places, without the protective dikes that have been in place for many years, some of the area would already be underwater due to rising sea levels. The Chignecto Isthmus is the principal routing for all land-based trade and passenger travel between Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and all points west, where over $35 billion worth of trade crosses every year. This includes food and other critical items we use every day. It would be disastrous to the economy of our province and to the very livelihood of our citizens if that link were to become impassable. Madam Speaker, I remain hopeful that our government will invest in our own future survival and do so urgently, expediting the current 10-year timeline. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to congratulate the Beck Bears on winning the Highland Region Division II Boys Championship in overtime. Although they lost the bronze medal game, but they did have a successful season and one to be proud of. I want to give a special shout out to my cousin Sean McCormick, who is on the team, and his teammates for such an incredible season. Go Beck Bears.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize Harry Cook and Bernard Buzz Nielsen for an incredible 50 years of loyal and productive service with the South Shore Shrine Club. Buzz has played a major role in the association's fundraising, helping raise more than $100,000 over the years. Harry, who is a former mayor of the town of Bridgewater, was instrumental in the growth of the organization. Both nobles were vital in the formation of the South Shore Club and worked diligently fundraising for the Shrine Hospitals, says Club President Harry Rhino. They continue to maintain their membership and offer their support when they can. I call on those in the Nova Scotia House of Assembly to join me in thanking Nobles Harry Cook and Buzz Nielsen for their faithful dedication to the Shriners and our community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member joining us virtually from Clayton Park West.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in my place today to celebrate a new business in my community, New Life Studio. New Life was started by Ghada Al-Hashmi and her husband Bassem. New Life Studio is a new business that offers a wide variety of real estate, photography, videography, and 3D imaging services. These creative services allow potential home buyers to see properties in a more virtual setting. In addition, New Life helped with photography for our annual community barbecue. Ghada and Bassem are committed to giving back to the community. Nova Scotia and Clayton Park West are blessed to have this family of 5 from Egypt arrive in Canada in 2005. I ask all members to please join me in celebrating this family-owned business and their commitment to our community and province. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, I found the best way to start a day. This morning, along with the honourable member for Dartmouth South, I met Karen McKendry from the Ecology Action Centre to explore Sandy Lake. There are so many ecological treasures to discover. Nutrient-rich drumlins, old-growth forests with the unique pit and mound landscape, salmon that travel up the Sackville River watershed to spawn, 99 breeding species of birds, and so much more. Madam Speaker, I ask all members to thank the people, organizations, and communities who protect and steward Nova Scotia's ecosystems.
I recognize the honourable member for Colchester, Muscatawit Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On November the 3rd, the Coldstream Clear Distillery had their official ribbon-cutting ceremony for their cannery in the Truro Industrial Park. The Coldstream Clear Brewery, which uses local ingredients and traditional techniques, now offers a Nova Scotia Lager and a Nova Scotia Light to complement the variety of spirits already available. Coldstream Clear Distillery is a local spirits company with a vision to share celebrations and social experiences more broadly. This family, founded and run business, began with humble roots in a small community called Coldstream in September of 2015, and has since expanded to having this warehouse and cannery in Truro and storefronts in Stewiacke, Antigonish, and Dartmouth Crossing. Madam Speaker, I wish to extend congratulations to the owners, staff, and crew of Coldstream Clear on their official grand opening of the Coldstream Clear Brewery. I look forward to seeing what they will have brewing next. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Thank you, Madam Speaker. And yesterday I had the opportunity to attend the grand opening and unveiling of the new Seton Community Complex, which houses the food bank. It's going to house a beautiful housing development, and it hosts a youth and family center for recreation. And I just wanted to take this moment to congratulate Lawrence and the team, because what they've done in our community is amazing. And I'd like the members of the House to congratulate them for all their hard work and dedication to our community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize all the basketball players this season, specifically the Community YMCA Panthers. The season has started and my girls are playing on 2 different teams, and last week they played at the same time at 2 different locations. What a juggling act. Basketball is such an integral part of my life, as all of my kids play. But basketball is more than a game. It's one of the few games that all kids can access, cost-wise. It's low cost. All you need is sneakers and a ball. And I find that our basketball teams are our family. I would like to give a shout out to all the parents and grandparents and families who come out to support their youngins and cheer them on in a positive way. And I'd also like to thank all the coaches, referees, and scorekeepers for all their time and energy. Here's to a great ball season. Go Panthers.
I recognize the honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Unicorn Theatre. Established as a drama camp in 1995, it has grown as a not-for-profit youth theatre with a permanent location at the Bay Community Centre. Unicorn Theatre, which is run as a cooperative by volunteers and a board of directors, casts 2 major productions per year, running in the spring and fall. The shows are performed by youth from grades 3 to 12. Who are cast following auditions. During the first 2 weeks of December, their fall production, Oliver Jr., based on Charles Dickens' Oliver Twist, will be showing at the Bay Community Centre. This organization is part of St. Margaret's Bay Youth Hub, along with the GPI Atlantic Youth Project and the St. Margaret's Bay Toy Library. Unicorn Theatre plays a large role in giving youth the chance to gain knowledge in performing arts, collaborative peer work, and public speaking. I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature to join me in recognizing the great work of Unicorn Theatre. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Clare.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Guillaume Boulian, a well-known musician within our Acadian and French-speaking communities, recently traveled to Kinshasa in the Democratic Republic of Congo to represent Canada at the 9th Jeux de la Francophonie. The Jeux de la Francophonie, a multi-event athletic and cultural competition held every 4 years, brings together athletes and artists from mainly French-speaking countries and former colonies of France to compete. Guillaume was Canada's representative in the cultural competition of storytelling and was thrilled not only to take part in the game's opening ceremonies, but making it all the way to the finals. I ask that all members join me in congratulating Guillaume Boulian in representing Canada at the 9th Jeux de la Francophonie. Merci.
I recognize the honourable member for Argyll.
Madam Speaker, as we recognize Veterans Week, I rise to acknowledge the 70th anniversary of the Korean War armistice, commemorated on July 27th, ending over 3 years of fighting. Sadly, 516 Canadians died in what has long been seen as the Forgotten War. On July 22nd, a ceremony marking the anniversary was held at the Wedgeport Legion, honoring 10 of the area's Korean War veterans: Leslie Muse, Nelson DeVoe, Bob Guerin, Kenneth Jeffrey, Glenn Gable, Weldon Francis, Bill Allen Richards, Norma Beliveau, Bernie Jacquard, and Ulysse DeVoe. The names of our community's 22 deceased veterans were also read. Madam Speaker, as Remembrance Day approaches, I ask all members of the legislature to join me in thanking all of our veterans for their sacrifice and their service, and to thank those currently serving our nation with bravery to protect the rights and freedoms that we have today. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, lest we forget.
I recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to recognize constituent Nicole Kearns. Nicole grew up in the Annapolis Royal area and as a teenager was an award-winning Army cadet. As an adult, she became a civilian instructor volunteer with the 1714 Royal Canadian Army Cadet Corps in Annapolis. As a result of the excellent work she was doing there, she was recruited to take a position with the Royal Canadian Sea Cadet Corps 26 Cornwallis and subsequently commissioned as an officer. Earlier this year, Nicole was selected to be the commanding officer of the Royal Canadian Sea Cadet Corps 26 Cornwallis. And I'm told she's only the second female to ever hold this position. Madam Speaker, I invite all members of the House of Assembly to join me in congratulating Nicole Kearns on being selected as commanding officer at Royal Canadian Sea Cadet Corps 26 Cornwallis, and in thanking her for all she does to help cadets grow, learn, and realize their full potential. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Hants East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The HERH Lady Tigers hosted a volleyball tournament last weekend in Milford. They played against Sackville High School Junior Varsity, and South Colchester Academy. The gold medal game was very, very close. However, the HERH Lady Tigers went undefeated and was awarded the gold medal. Next is the regionals. Thanks to all the volunteers and the coaches, Holly, Katie, and Courtney. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. This past weekend, Yarmouth hosted Nova Scotia Music Week. It was an incredible weekend for everybody in Yarmouth. We had dozens of performances from artists all across Nova Scotia from all different genres. And this would not have been possible if it wasn't for the local committee and the great work that happened with Yarmouth and Acadian Shores Tourism Association. I want to thank Neil McKenzie, Charles Robichaud, Malcolm C. Boyer, and Lisa D. for all their incredible work. I'd also like to thank Rick Allwright, who's the Executive Director of the Yarmouth Chamber of Commerce, and all the many volunteers who put so much time and energy into driving the artists between hotels and venues and McDonald's and other restaurants late at night, and ensuring that everything was set up at every single venue. And really, if it wasn't for the work of all these folks, we wouldn't have had such a successful event that was such a big economic boost to the entire town and region. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Colchester North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to congratulate the new owners of the Home Hardware in Tattamagush. Celebration was held last month with the community coming out to welcome these owners and to show their appreciation for the investment in their village. The new owners are pleased to be back on the North Shore. One of the owners, Dana Fraser, grew up in Tattamagush but left to play pro hockey. He's returned home because of strong beliefs in investing in rural Nova Scotia. He feels there are so many opportunities for people in the rural communities of our province. The new owners feel Tattamagush is an especially great place to live and run a business. Madam Speaker, I ask the members of this legislature to join me in wishing this new ownership of the Tattamagush Home Hardware all the very best in the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Madam Speaker, today I'm delighted to recognize and celebrate the incredible achievements of Sherry Finch, who is undeniably one of my favorite authors. Sherry Finch's career has been marked by a deep commitment to the world of literature, particularly in the realm of children's literature. She was recently presented with the prestigious Order of Canada, a recognition of her outstanding contributions to children's literature and the Canadian literacy community. As a writer, poet, and literacy advocate, Sherry Finch has left an indelible mark on our nation's literary landscape. For over 32 years, Sherry has shared her literary talents with readers of all ages and explored a diverse range of genres. Her works have touched the hearts and minds of countless readers, fostering a love for reading and language in the young and old alike. Madam Speaker, I invite all members to join me in celebrating Sherry's exceptional contributions to Canadian literature and her well-deserved recognition within the Order of Canada. She has enriched our lives and the lives of future generations through her creativity, dedication, and unwavering commitment to the world of words. Thank you, Sherry Finch, for your profound impact on the literary community. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Richmond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today I am proud to stand in this legislature to recognize the career of a local family physician, Dr. James Collins. Dr. Collins has lived and practiced in the Strait area for more than 40 years. Besides being a family doctor to thousands of people over the years, he has practiced at the Strait Richmond Hospital on an inpatient and outpatient basis. He has also provided care to many residents of the local long-term care homes and has been known to make more than his share of home visits to residents in the area. Part of Dr. Collins' legacy is the Island Gateway Medical Clinic that has become a collaborative health center in Port Hawkesbury, serving residents of Inverness, Richmond, and Guysborough counties. Please join me, our community, his family, friends, and neighbors in congratulating Dr. James Collins on a well-deserved retirement. Many years of happiness and health to you and your family. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to recognize another resident from Hubli, Nancy Rose. As a wildlife and nature photographer, Nancy has incredible patience. Nancy is the creator behind The Secret Life of Squirrels, a series of children's books and calendars that capture real-life squirrels engaging in human activities. The photos are beyond realistic and capture everything from scenes of squirrels mailing a letter to ordering takeout. As a retired home economics teacher from Hubli, Nancy uses her talents as a seamstress to make all the tiny props and sets that become the background for her little models. With a few tricks up her sleeve, Nancy learned how to entice the squirrels onto the sets placed on her deck by hiding sunflower seeds in strategic places. Then she sits back and waits for a squirrel to get in position and hopefully gaze directly into the camera for the perfect photo. Rose's 6th book was released in May of this year. Her images have been made into a puzzle as well as fabric, which will soon be available in local stores. I'd like the members of the Host Assembly to join me in congratulating Nancy on her creativity and success in bringing joy, fun, and a little imagination into young readers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Preston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize Ignite Atlantic, who organized a 2-day Up and Adams Sports and Science Camp that was hosted at the East Preston Recreation Center in August 2023. The purpose of the 2-day youth camp was to inspire and promote interest in science while providing a safe place for sport, particularly for youth in marginalized communities. There were 36 participants, and the energy was electric. Sports and science have the power to amplify and strengthen the voices of our communities. The future is bright. And Madam Speaker, I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature, please join me in thanking all the organizers of this camp and the East Preston Rec Center for hosting this event. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to rise and recognize one of our own colleagues who was just given the MSVU Alumni Award for outstanding community service and contributions to her community. And that, of course, is the member for Fairview Clayton Park, who received this past weekend. This is an award and honor that is very much deserved by our colleague. This is a person who, for the last 10 years, has given to her community in political service and community service, who served in cabinet, and who never stops doing good things for people in her community and helping individuals in her community. And this also goes beyond her time in politics, because in the education system, the member for Fairview Clayton Park also served kids who needed help the most, our school communities, and I know has had a lasting impact on the lives of many in the school system in her community and beyond. So I want to recognize her recent award and thank her for all her incredible service. Hey.
Could have kept going. I don't think the clock was on. I know. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge some young ladies from the Spring Hill area who have gone above and beyond for their community. Kaylee Spence, Sophia Ortiz, and Maya Harrison, all members of the Wildcats U12 girls baseball team, were disappointed to learn that signs that had been put up as memorials on the ball field had been vandalized with graffiti. The girls wanted to turn this into something positive and bring in unity to the community. They came up with a fundraising idea to repair this act of vandalism. They called it Sponsor for a Swing fundraiser. For every dollar raised, they would take a swing. So far, they have raised $3,200, and these funds will be used to exclusively for replacement of the damaged signs and to elevate the overall quality of the ball field. Please join me in congratulating and thanking these wonderful young ladies from the Spring Hill area. Keep up the good work and good luck on the field. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you'll notice if you come to Sydney, a lot of construction work that has been happening on our main street, Charlotte Street. I rise because the next phase of that is almost complete, and I want to recognize everyone that has been involved through the steering committee, particularly the folks with Sydney Downtown Development who have been championing this for years. It's a very exciting time in downtown Sydney. We've seen the redevelopment of Charlotte Street. We've seen the second cruise ship partnership birth in the last number of years. We're seeing the construction and the final stages of the relocation of the Nova Scotia Community College, and it's been a very exciting time. We're seeing a lot of new businesses. We're seeing a lot of new investment in the community, but particularly I want to rise to my place. Another phase is done on the Charlotte Street redevelopment, and a lot of people have put a lot of tireless hours into making sure that it's a reality, and I want to congratulate all of them in making our community an even better place. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Hants West.
Madam Speaker, I would like to recognize and thank Canadian Mountain Rescue Atlantic for the relief efforts during the devastating floods in July. Canadian Mountain Rescue Atlantic is a volunteer-based organization who assists first responders by performing remote rope rescues. The organization was born a mere 4 years ago and has already proven to be invaluable in emergency situations. Madam Speaker, sometimes during a rescue, individuals are not accessible by the usual means of transportation. These are the extreme situations when Canadian Mountain Rescue Atlantic team and their rope rescue training is essential. During the unprecedented flood event when residents and firefighters were stranded in the Ellershouse area because all 3 bridges washed out, the team put in a high wire across the raging river and carefully carried people to safety. It was truly incredible. Madam Speaker, I ask that all members join me in thanking Canadian Mountain Rescue Atlantic for stepping up and assisting when community members need it the most. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If you happen to be at the Look-Off in Herring Cove on Sunday, you would have seen new cranes for the PSA container terminal at Point Pleasant Park. The new massive cranes will help keep the work flowing at our container terminals. A big thank you to all the ILA members and employees in our yards that contribute so much to our local economy and to the national economy. They are truly an essential part of Canada. Stay safe, and thank you, ILA members, for all you do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Queens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to extend my heartfelt thanks and congratulations to West Queens Medical First Responders on the celebration of their 25th anniversary in May. This wonderful organization is staffed by volunteers and is financially supported through its own fundraising efforts and by seeking charitable donations. The fact that it has reached its 25th year with hopefully many more to come is a testament to the dedication, drive, and determination of all those involved. I sincerely thank the responders and their support network for fulfilling such a crucial, much-needed, and much-appreciated role within the community and wish them the very best for the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I'd just like to recognize the Royal Canadian Legion Branch 95 in Bedford on their Poppy campaign this year. I happened to be with them this morning for 2 hours at the Sobeys Larry Utek in my riding, and it was wonderful to see how many people came by to buy poppies, to buy pins, to donate, and the Legion has been a pillar of the community for many, many decades, and I just want to thank Royal Canadian Legion Branch 95 in Bedford and wish them the very best during this remembrance season. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Digby Annapolis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today I rise to recognize a valuable community member of Digby, Nadine Lauren. Thanks to Nadine, who was hired in 2019 as the Y-Reach Settlement Staff Member for the Fundy YMCA, a position I know very well, Madam Speaker, immigration is thriving in Digby Annapolis. Since she was hired, Nadine has supported so many immigrant and newcomer clients from Montagan to Middleton and all communities in between. Employers and community partners know exactly how much hard work Nadine has done to help newcomers settle across these communities. It is our time to thank her. Nadine recently retired from her position at the Y. I want to congratulate her on her incredible accomplishments. Nadine's work has impacted the lives of so many, and I'm sure they will live throughout their lives. Thank you to the tremendous work that you have done, and best wishes on your retirement, Nadine. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West joining us virtually.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This spring, I had the pleasure of visiting Regency Park Clinic on Lacewood Drive for Doctor's Day. During this visit, I received a tour and met several doctors and staff. I was able to discuss the various services the clinic offers with Dr. Leisha Hawker, the past president of Doctors Nova Scotia. Regency Park is a family physician practice that also offers baby wellness clinics and addiction and mental health services. Dr. Hawker and the team at these clinics are helping many Nova Scotians who are struggling with alcohol and opioid addiction with ongoing support. These doctors treat their patients with dignity and respect. Going to a counselor or a therapist when we are stressed or overwhelmed should be as normal as visiting a doctor when we have the flu. Madam Speaker, let's end mental health stigma. I ask the House to join me in thanking Dr. Hawker and her many colleagues who are committed to helping all those in their most vulnerable moment.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, for generations, the people of Lunenburg County have gathered in September to remember those who've lost their lives while pursuing a living from the sea. The Fishermen's Memorial Service is a deeply affecting ceremony. I was especially struck to realize this year was the 30th anniversary of the sinking of the Cape Aspie, a tragedy I covered as a young newspaper reporter. Perhaps more significantly, the loss of the Aspie, her captain, and 4 crew members was an event that brought home to me, the wife of a seafarer, the very real risks of these occupations. So each year, along with our remembrances, we also give thanks for every crew that returns safely to our harbors. And the clergy, and as the clergy blesses the fleet, we pray that no new names will be added to the granite stones of the memorial. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And my colleague from Halifax Atlantic referred to the Make of Uke Green and Gold tournament in his member statement. And I would just like to congratulate the Memorial team for putting on another amazing tournament in North Sydney this weekend. All accounts from parents and players from all the teams indicated that the hospitality room was wonderful, the play was fair, and there was some great hockey played in North Sydney over the weekend. And congratulations to a good kickoff for the Memorial Marauders, and I wish them a great season. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Glace Bay Dominion.
Madam Speaker, last September, Hurricane Fiona devastated parts of Cape Breton Island. In the month following the hurricane, the Mennonite Disaster Service Canada responded to help our island and those who were impacted by the disaster. Working closely with the United Way Cape Breton, these amazing volunteers cleared trees and repaired roofs before winter set in. They then returned in March to do more interior repairs and even more roof repairs on about 40 houses in Glace Bay and Sydney area. On behalf of the residents of Cape Breton, and especially people who were impacted directly by Hurricane Fiona, I want to extend a sincere thank you to everyone who volunteered to serve in Cape Breton with the Mennonite Disaster Service Canada. Our community will be forever grateful for the compassion, emotional support, and of course the selfless time and labor extended to us in our time of need. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Clare.
Madam Speaker, the Society of Rural Physicians of Canada annually recognizes individuals and organizations that made up extraordinary contributions to support, sustain, and advocate for rural healthcare in Canada. This April, the Society presented its Rural Service Award to Dr. Coralie Boudreau, an award which recognizes physicians who have served rural communities for at least 10 years. Dr. Boudreau, who grew up in Concession and continues to have ties to our area, completed the family medicine residency at Memorial University in Newfoundland after graduating from the University of Ottawa in 2010. Currently a family doctor in Fort Smith, Northwest Territories, Coralie Boudreau continues to be committed to serving communities far from our urban centres. I ask that all members join me in congratulating Dr. Coralie Boudreau in receiving this prestigious award for her commitment to serving rural communities. Merci.
I recognize the honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to take this opportunity to recognize the CC Riders Soccer Club's youth teams and organization. Under the club's new leadership, Renee Dupre, President Laurie Thorne, admin coordinator, and new volunteer board, the club has seen a membership growth at the competitive and community program level, both in the female and male programs, totaling 651 players in 2023, up from 450 in 2022. Madam Speaker, on the pitch, it was truly a banner season for the CC Riders Club. Competing in Soccer Nova Scotia's youth divisions this past summer, the Truro-Colchester County-based club took home 3 provincial championships and 2 silver medals. One of the teams that took home gold was my daughter Alex's under-13 A girls team, coached by Carrie Brown and Carla Conley. The team went undefeated throughout the regular and playoff seasons, on to winning a provincial championship in Sydney in September. Madam Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to congratulate and thank the CC Riders Club, board, coaches, volunteers, and teams on their successful season, both on and off the pitch in 2023. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
Roland Hamilton is a successful entrepreneur and business owner in the fishing, farming, recreation, and hospitality sectors in Annapolis. He has contributed tremendously to the economy of Annapolis County and has provided much-needed opportunities for young people to stay in the community. If you've enjoyed a hand-raised rainbow trout at Hamilton's Fish Farm, had a drink at the Whiskey Teller in Annapolis Royal, played a really bad round of golf like I do at the Fort View Golf Course in Annapolis Royal, or many other businesses, chances are Roland has had played a part in that. And for those reasons and many more, I presented him the Queen Elizabeth II Jubilee Medal earlier this year. And I invite all members of the House of Assembly to join me in congratulating Roland Hamilton on all the success, as well as receiving the medal, and thanking him for his years of service to our community. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Shelburne.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize Shelburne County Senior Safety Services and Senior Safety Coordinator, Shauna Simmons. Shelburne County Senior Safety Services was created in 2010 in partnership with Nova Scotia Department of Health and Wellness and 5 municipal units in the county. It was expanded in 2011 to include Nova Scotia Department of Seniors, Nova Scotia Department of Justice, and 2 RCMP detachments in the county. And this service is designated to help seniors stay safe, improve quality of life, maintain independence, promote living at home or in the community, and enhance participation through volunteerism and numerous services and events. Madam Speaker, I respectfully ask all members to join me in recognizing Shauna and Shelburne County Senior Safety and Services for their commitment to seniors in our county. Thank you very much.
I recognize the honourable member for Guysborough Tracadie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the U13 Guysborough Broadhorns girls softball team on their 2023 Nova Scotia Championship. This year's edition of the Broadhorns featured a number of players brand new to the sport. While all the players improved during the season, it was very impressive to watch the growth in these first-year players. The provincial tournament took place in Stellarton, or at least started in Stellarton. The twist here is that it was played over 3 consecutive weekends due to rain delays. And when the weather wasn't looking good for the 3rd straight weekend, what do? You move inside to the East Hand Sportsplex to play the final inning of the championship game and wrap up a 10-7 win against the Cole Harbour Comets Elite. The Broadhorns advanced to the 2023 Eastern Canadian U13 Softball Championship as Team Nova Scotia, or Nova Scotia 1 and Cardigan PEI, featuring other teams from New Brunswick, PEI, Newfoundland, Quebec, and Ontario. It was an incredible experience for these players, highlighted by a 15-5 win against New Brunswick 2 in the tournament opener. Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask the House to join me in congratulating Alexis Bushy, Carly Sangster, Carrie Dwaron, Gracie Cleary, Hallie Worth, Izzy Sponigal, Jada Myatt, Jordan Grant, Chloe Isidore, Kyra Creamer, and Lucy Morrow, Madam Speaker, as well as coaches Nicole Cleary and Jeff Worth for an unforgettable 2023 season. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order. We will now move into government business. And just to clarify, we can move in later. I know that I was getting, some concerns of looks. There is no deadline. It's not like question period that we have to stop. We could move on, but we will move on now to the Honourable House Leader for the government.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move you to now leave the chair and the House resolve itself on the Committee of the Whole House on bills.
We will now move into the Committee of the Whole House, and we'll take a short recess to prepare. Thank you.
order. I recognize the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you please call Bill number 320, Tourist Accommodations Registration Act?
Bill 320, the Tourist Accommodations Registration Act. We resume debate with 18 hours and 46 minutes remaining in the time allowed for consideration of this bill. Is there any further debate on Clause 4? I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So certainly we do have concerns about the bill. Clause 4 is among them. And I don't know that the government has fully thought through the implications of this, or even if this additional taxation is going to have any impact at all on the market for long-term rental units. And I think that has been demonstrated in other jurisdictions as well, where fees were brought in, taxation was brought in, and we haven't actually seen an outcome toward the positive for more long-term rentals coming off the Airbnb short-term rental market and onto the long-term rental market. Furthermore, there could be, and I mean, this is the case, I think, we've seen this in Newfoundland. I think it's important to provide some examples of this, where in Newfoundland, property owners, housing experts say short-term rental regulations had missed the mark, where we did not actually see, as a result of increased taxation on Airbnbs, any real meaningful movement toward more units being put on the market. And also, I mean, we've seen some examples of the negative impact this can have on necessary tourism accommodations. I spoke just this weekend with a couple in Queens County about this bill. They have a lot of concerns about the bill because they actually, come from an area where tourism has been certainly driving the economy of Queens County and Liverpool, around Liverpool. We're all familiar with the awesome resorts that Queens County has, Quarterdeck, and of course White Point. Anybody who has a family with little kids, of course, is going to love going to White Point because they've got bunnies and a pool and everything that can help have a great family vacation with your kids. But we also are dependent in that part of the province on Airbnb accommodations because of a capacity issue. These resorts are big drivers for tourists to come into the area, but also so are the beaches and the lakes in Queens County and, of course, in other parts of the province as well. And I spoke with a couple from Queens County this weekend, and they have actually built purpose-built Airbnbs, and they have concern about the fees that are going to be charged. So they have gotten, I believe, either most likely a commercial loan. They've taken on debt. They've invested their own capital to build tiny homes along the ocean. These are purpose-built tiny homes. And of course, before they made the decision to do that, they evaluated the regulations around the Airbnb market. And they decided that they would be able to move forward with this and that there would be a return on their investment. In fact, these folks are depending on the income from their Airbnb units to retire. And they certainly have concerns, particularly about the funding that's being charged and this cash grab that the provincial government's bringing in. And here's what's interesting. They have purpose-built Airbnb units along the ocean solely for the purpose of tourism accommodations. These are not units that will come back on to the long-term rental market, whether these folks continue on with Airbnbs or not. So now they're looking at the cash grab by the province. They're now looking at the economics of their investment. and the potential for future regulations on this. And they don't know if they'll be able to continue with this. So that means because of the fees charged, which are listed in Clause 4, they no longer know if this business model is going to be economical for them, which means they could be shutting these things down. And again, these are small, tiny homes. They're purpose-built. They are not going to be coming back onto the long-term rental market. These folks are unable to rent them as long-term rentals because the economics don't work. They'll lose money on their they'll lose money on the deal. They won't be able to make their debt payments on it, and it totally blows up the business model that they developed. And again, will not put more units on the market, and now Queens County could potentially lose some critical tourism accommodations that they're dependent on to accommodate the amount of tourists that are coming into our province. And again, the tourist numbers are real. I mean, even if you just look at what's come in through the ferry in Yarmouth, the numbers are pretty staggering. And I can get the details for that so that the members understand what sort of figures we're looking at in the tourism economy, just from one of our vessels. One, I believe, is the most significant when it comes to bringing in new tourism investment into the province. But this simple change now has this one Airbnb operator, again, who put their capital in, who took out debt to do this, who moved into that community or living in the community, has really put their business in jeopardy. And again, if this did produce more long-term units, rental units, that's a different story. But in this particular case, it's not going to. They're just going to have to pay a tax, and that could put them out of business. And just think of some of the numbers that are going into Queens County that depend on these tourism accommodations. If you just look at the folks coming off of the Yarmouth to Maine ferry, 83% of those visitors coming off that boat are Americans coming into Nova Scotia who require tourism accommodations. 83% of visitors, and that's where the real value of the ferry is that it's American visitors coming here, 83% of them, and spending money, and spending more than other tourists that come in through other means. And we see this in the data. Most visitors from that area are coming in for pleasure. They're not coming in to visit friends or family. So close to 90% of travelers that are coming in through the Yarmouth to Maine ferry who require, they've told me, they've told the tourism industry require Airbnbs, are oftentimes looking for them. Sometimes the Airbnb locations are actually the drivers of the tourism visits to begin with. Close to 90% of them are coming here with no place to stay other than where they're paying. We also know that the majority of parties coming over on that ferry in particular there's at least two of them. So at least 50% of the people are traveling in couples of two. And up to 32% are traveling with larger families. So when you're talking about somebody traveling, two couples with their kids, Airbnbs are oftentimes the most suitable accommodations for families because you're renting cabins or homes, seasonal dwellings that aren't just the 2 beds or 1 king-size bed in a hotel room. So oftentimes these families are traveling in precisely because they can be accommodated by Airbnbs. And I don't think the government is thinking about the economic impact that this tax grab could have on the short-term rental market. Again, the big issue that we're trying to deal with here is people that are renting out apartments that are supposed to be intended for long-term rentals. So I do think there's an issue if there's individuals grabbing up a bunch of long-term leases and then either subleasing them or renting them out in Airbnbs. But here, particularly in rural Nova Scotia, we are talking about a different situation where there's purpose-built Airbnb units, or where individuals are using assets on their property, whether it's a cottage, a shed they've turned into an Airbnb unit, or a basement. And now these folks are subject to increased taxes, and the work that they're doing is actually beneficial to our economy. And again, close to 60% of people traveling here are at least 2 people, but 33% of people just coming in on the ferry. And again, this is the U.S. to Maine ferry. This is coming specifically from Tourism Nova Scotia. So all this data is available through Tourism Nova Scotia. So 33% of the people are coming in with larger families, and again, require Airbnbs along the South Shore and the Valley and elsewhere to accommodate them here in Nova Scotia. We also know that the number of nights that these folks are staying, particularly the ones that come off of the, and again, this is just the information I have available, but this is a very important example. Those coming off of the ferry through Yarmouth, they are staying longer in this province than travelers that are driving in or flying in or coming in through any of the other vessels. So with that particular vessel, which again feeds the South Shore tourism market, mostly, as well as Halifax, 60% of those travelers come to Halifax, 40% go on to Cape Breton. But looking at the specific situation from these Airbnb hosts that I spoke with in Queens County, we know why they're concerned about this, because folks that are coming off of the ferry, which again feeds their market, the Yarmouth ferry, we've got over 30% of them that are staying more than 8 days. And again, it can be a more affordable option for larger families who are looking to stay in Nova Scotia for extended periods of time. We all know what the price is for our hotels and our resorts, and they're certainly worth it, particularly at the height of tourism season. But some families who want to come here and spend money are going to make a determination on whether it's worth it or not if they have a place they can stay that's a little more affordable. And certainly Airbnbs that are purpose-built, like these ones I'm mentioning on the South Shore, are key to those folks being able to come here. And again, 31% of the travelers coming off of the Yarmouth to Maine ferry are staying here more than 8 days. And Airbnbs are typically the most affordable option for those folks. Close to 60% of the travelers that also come through the U.S. to Yarmouth ferry service are first-time travelers to Nova Scotia. So 60% of that market, and again, we had over 30,000 people that came this year. 60% of them are new visitors to Nova Scotia. And again, the Airbnb is part of their experience because of the marketing that company has, the reach it has in every single market, tourism market across the world. They're actually, generators of tourism business into the province. And, if we have this service that's bringing in 60% of new visitors, we certainly want to make sure that they have places to go and to stay while they're here. And again, I'd be less concerned about the impacts on tourism if I knew that this bill, and particularly the fees that are being charged through Clause 4, were going to have an impact on putting more units in the market. But I don't think there's evidence to suggest that that's actually going to happen in a meaningful way that's going to shift things here. And what I think the government has not thought through about the impacts of this is the potential impact on tourism, which is why I'm mentioning this. And again, so you're looking at this group that's coming over from Maine, 60% first-time visitors. They stay longer than people coming in from other places. They're larger. The companies are larger. The families are larger that are staying here. And again, this is particularly a market that requires Airbnb accommodation. Because again, we've got a number of them that are staying in hotels. But we also know that close to 50% of these folks that are coming in are staying in fixed roof accommodations that are not hotels, motels, or bed and breakfasts. So we've got a major tourism market here, again, that is feeding everything from Yarmouth all the way to Cape Breton, high-value tourists and 50% of them are staying in fixed roof accommodations that are not hotel, motel, or B&B. So we have potentially half of the folks coming over here, again, 60% being first-time visitors, close to, what was it? I think close to 60% that have, that are coming in family size groups, and 31% of them staying more than 8 days, and 50% of those folks are actually spending time in Airbnbs. And we've got examples here now on the South Shore where there could, because of this bill, because of the cash grab here, as listed in Clause 4, might have to shut down and might not be able to accommodate these families that are coming over. And I certainly hope this isn't what the government wants. I hope the government wants that ferry and to be successful and to keep generating tourism dollars. And again, just to put that on scale for people, this is probably $30 million a season of new money that's coming into our province in American dollars that wouldn't come otherwise. And the numbers, according to Tourism Nova Scotia, are demonstrating that very clearly. And here's the spending that I think is really important. Again, these folks can't spend money if they don't have lodgings. The average group is spending, the average person is spending at least $1,000 when they come on their trip here. And the party, the average party, and the average party would be, you know, using a party of 2 here, the average spend would be $2,500. This is significantly more than visitors that are coming in through other means. So just to use this example of a really important market that our Airbnbs are attending to is the U.S. visitor market. Again, primarily coming in through Yarmouth into the province. 60% being first-time visitors to the province, being in larger families, spending more money than other travelers, and up to 50% of them require Airbnbs to stay here as long as they're staying here and to spend the money that they're spending here. And again, you get the $30 million spend by the $2,500 per couple spend that the numbers show. And you know that 83% of these travelers are the U.S. travelers coming here. So the math is pretty straightforward on that. And again, in speaking to these individuals who will be affected, particularly by Clause 4 in this bill, which is the clause that's going to charge them the money, we might lose these. And again, they're not going to show up on the long-term rental market. They're not. These folks, the numbers do not work out. So you can charge them the tax on the Airbnb as dictated in Clause 4. The only thing that could potentially do is actually take these off the tourism accommodation market and not put them on the long-term care market or long-term rental market. So it certainly won't put them on the long-term care market. But what the intention of this bill is, and what the intention of Clause 4 is to disincentivize Airbnb hosts from operating their business with kind of a blind hope, without any evidence or analysis that's been provided, that these units will then show up on the long-term rental market. And these ones in particular will not. And I know that I've got these individuals that are going to be sending me an email on this issue. In fact, I have received it. And I would like to put this on the record. Because again, this is specifically related to Clause 4 of Bill 320, which is the bill that is going to lead to the charges for these folks. So I do want to read some excerpts from the email here for the record of the House. Further to our conversation last Friday regarding the proposed tax on Airbnb properties, I wanted to put my thoughts on paper. My wife and I own 3 short-term rental properties in a popular tourist area in Queens County. It is an integral part of our retirement plan, and we are heavily invested. We never dreamed that our ability to rent these units would ever be limited by the provincial government. The proposed increase to the registration fee seems punitive to small business owners Short-term rentals and their owners are not at fault for the housing crisis in Nova Scotia. We should not be held responsible for a crisis that was many years in the making. I want to know, and this individual has questions, which I think are important for the record, and again, these are mostly related, these are of course related to Bill 330 and certainly related to Clause 4, which is where the charge is found. I want to know if this government has investigated the following. How many properties are just seasonal? How many properties are the sole rental property for their owners? How many properties are in HRM versus rural versus known tourism areas? How many are backyard suites? How many rental properties represent potential permanent dwellings? What percentage of profit does this fee represent for the average rental property? What percentage of tourists coming to Nova Scotia and spending their vacation dollars want to stay in these types of properties versus a hotel? And again, the next question is, can Nova Scotia accommodate the number of tourists coming without a robust short-term rentals?
Order. I ask that you bring it back to the clause. I also ask that you have that printed without any redacted contact information. Thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Certainly we'll have this printed, and I've also been granted permission by the authors and the business owners to use this in debate in the House. So again, on Bill 320 related to Clause 4, which is where the fee is listed, I think there's still a lot of questions that the government can't answer. How much money was brought into the province by short-term rental guests? Again, we have good analysis of that from the Yarmouth to Maine International Ferry, which shows that the numbers are really robust, really positive, close to $30 million or over $30 million a year in economic spending. 50% of these folks potentially are staying in Airbnbs. What is the value of the spin-off businesses from short-term rentals? Cleaners, landscaping, maintenance staff. How many long-term rental properties does the government expect to gain from this fee hike? How many did they gain from the limitations put in place earlier this year? How much does the government expect to profit from these hikes? How exactly will this revenue be spent? And that is an important question, too, that hasn't been answered yet. All of these questions are very important, and my concern is that by the government not providing any analysis on any of these questions, the minister not being able to answer any one of these questions substantively, shows that this bill and Clause 4 have not been well thought through at all. And again, I think this was done in haste to deal with accumulating political pressure and media pressure and actual market pressure on the situation, but it has a lot more to do with the government trying to create, as my friend from Northside Westmount says, the illusion of action instead of actually achieving the intended results. This individual goes on to say the short-term rental industry has already taken a hit from the last round of legislation limiting their operation. Many owners have invested their life savings and built successful businesses through these rentals and have had this government ruin their business models and eliminate their income.
Order. Just to refresh everyone's mind, subject to subsection 2, every host and platform operator shall pay an annual registration tax as prescribed by the regulations. The annual registration tax may be a different amount for different classes of hosts, and without limiting the generality of the foregoing, may vary based on any attribute, quality, characteristics, or location of the class of hosts. So I would, if you could please bring it back to Clause 4, that would be great. Thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Of course, Madam Chair, and thank you very much for bringing the House's attention back to the key issue here, which is the taxation, which is the fees, and this in particular is the issue that is generating concern with our Airbnb hosts. It is the taxation, it is Clause 4 that is causing these concerns that I'm listing here. And I do think these, well, this is one example coming from a region that is where the economy is heavily driven by tourism, particularly tourism from the eastern seaboard of the U.S. and very much dependent on Airbnbs, I think is really important. So these concerns that I'm listing here do come specifically from Clause 4 and the fees that are being charged, and that is laid pretty bare in the email. So I will, I just have a couple more excerpts here that I do believe are related to Clause 4. And again, I will continue here because it's mentioned specifically in this paragraph. This further legislation to raise the registration fee will drive owners of short-term rentals all over the province to reconsider their businesses. This government has no right to drive us out of business and bully owners into turning their units into housing. And again, in this particular case, these units aren't going to be converted into full-time or long-term housing at all because they were purpose-built and these individuals are not going to put them back on the market for long-term housing or have no desire to be long-term landlords. So these will probably most likely sit vacant. So the individual continues here. And again, I will table this for the House's record, Madam Chair, as you requested. And again, specific following up with the paragraph related to the registration fee. The individual goes on, it was never our intention to ever rent our cottages for the long term, and they are not suitable for long-term stay. So here's where we get to the actual outcome of this, at least through the perspective of these individuals. We know that we are not alone in this. Some owners will not be able to pay their operating costs through long-term rental income and will be forced to sell their properties, likely at a loss, due to the uncertainty that new legislation has caused by the market value of these properties is affected. Buyers are hesitant to purchase properties that they feel they will not be able to use as they please. Forcing short-term rental owners to become permanent landlords will not solve the housing crisis. The government is overstepping in a very dangerous way. And again, I think based on the evidence here, or lack thereof, that this is actually going to result in any improvements to the long-term rental market, I have to agree with these individuals. And coming from an area where I know, as I mentioned, I believe in speaking on Clause 1, is so heavily dependent on accommodations to accommodate tourists, I realize this is Clause 4. Thank you, Madam Chair. This could have a serious impact on the economies, particularly of our rural areas that have less hotels, have less B&Bs. I look at Yarmouth, the case of Yarmouth, we lost half of our hotels and motels overnight when the NDP cut the ferry service the first time and have been totally dependent on, or highly dependent on Airbnbs to fill the demand for tourism accommodation. We just experienced that this week with Nova Scotia Music Week, where we had artists from all over the province that came down to Yarmouth and stayed in Yarmouth and, of course, played music, and their fans came down, and we hosted hundreds of people from across the province and beyond in Yarmouth this weekend. And a lot of those folks were dependent on Airbnbs. And again, a lot of these Airbnbs, as I mentioned, are not going to be converted into long-term rentals because of their nature. They're either seasonal. Many of them are cottages and built to do this in the summertime. Some of them are people have spent a lot of money in renovating their own homes or garages, and they need a certain level of income back to make these things work, and long-term rentals aren't necessarily going to do it. So again, I'm worried here that because of Clause 4, where the fees are, we are going to drive some folks out of business, and again, not get the benefit of more units being put on the market. BC has just gone through this. I forget which city it was that wanted to host one of Taylor Swift's concerts. It's in BC. It's in BC. Do we remember what city it is? Is it Vancouver? So there was changes brought in that the BC government brought in that affected the short-term rental market. Again, I think the jury's out on how successful BC's moves were in bringing in additional charges like are listed in Clause 4, along with other things as well. We all know the impact that Taylor Swift concerts have on these cities and communities. They're now not able to host one of Taylor Swift's concerts because they don't have the tourism accommodations to do that. So just imagine the lost revenue as a result of that. So, you've got one of these concerts that can change your economy for 10, 20 years with the amount of money coming in, the massive influx of funds. These concerts are sold out. People are coming in from all around the world. And they can't host it because they lost Airbnb capacity. That's a big deal, right? And I think while this government is and should be trying to make changes to housing policy and getting more long-term housing on the market, which include homes, new homes being built, and housing starts are down, which includes more rental units. They also have to be aware that a bill like 320 with Clause 4 in it can be very ill-conceived and not only not produce more long-term rental units, but also have some serious damage, potentially, on the short-term rental market, which, again, we all know how important tourism is to our provincial economy. I know how important it is to my region of the province, South Shore, the Valley, Halifax, Cape Breton. I mean, even in the Eastern Shore, the parks that bring travelers into the Eastern Shore are so incredible. Surfers, I believe the Eastern Shore is the first place to host an accessibility surfing competition. There's not a pile of accommodations on the Eastern Shore. So Airbnbs are necessary for that part of the tourism market. And again, if we do have to prioritize housing for our people, but I don't think this bill and the tax being charged in Clause 4 is going to result in a real change in this, and potentially just could hurt folks that are doing a very important thing in our economy. Imagine if we lost our ability to host the Taylor Swift concert here in Nova Scotia, how much revenue that could have generated, and that could be lost. So I certainly think, in looking at Clause 4 of Bill 320, it's very clear that the government has not done any robust analysis on whether, first of all, this fee is going to do anything to get more long-term rentals on the market. The minister couldn't answer questions related to this. Again, no analysis done, no assessment of how many units are going to come on board as a result of this. No understanding of what the economic implications could be if we lose some of our short-term rentals that are purpose-built and won't be coming on the long-term rental market no matter what happens. And no even real commentary on what the potential loss of tourism dollars can mean, particularly for our communities that require tourism to stay alive. Again, tourism feeds almost every single community, every single region of this province. We are Canada's ocean playground. I think of your area, Madam Chair, Chester, St. Margaret's, incredible place to visit, all kinds of awesome stuff happening there. And I know how important the Airbnb accommodations are to that part of the province as well. So again, we don't even know if this is going to create a disincentive for all the players. For some, as I mentioned before, the fee listed in Clause 4 could just be an annoyance if they're doing that well, or if they have enough of these short-term rental properties, and they may just be able to absorb the costs. Others, like the Doggets in Queens County, may actually lose their whole business, and we could lose those short-term rentals without getting any new ones onto the market. And again, that has potentially a serious economic impact. And when you think, again, of that tourism market, it is a high-value tourism market, particularly that one coming up the South Shore through Yarmouth. They stay here longer than people traveling by other means into the province. They have bigger groups, and they spend more money. These are the type of tourists that we want to be accommodating here, couples and families and people who generally want to stay longer periods of time and are therefore looking for Airbnbs. So again, I hope I made my point clear on this, Madam Chair, in that this fee, while I do not think it's listed in Clause 4, which I do not think is going to get more units onto the long-term rental market, time will tell. I stand to be corrected if this is somehow some sort of brilliant guess by the government that has done no analysis on this, that can't provide any evaluation, that can't answer any basic questions on this. But perhaps, you took a blind swing and you hit this one. I stand to be corrected if that happens. I doubt it. But at this point, I do think the fee listed in Clause 4 of Bill 320 will not yield the intended result. And furthermore, I think it could potentially impact our economy in a consequential way, at least for certain businesses and individuals, if not for towns communities and regions. And this then brings me to the second point of Clause 4, which I also think requires some attention and some conversation. It is where this money is actually going to go. And again, by all accounts so far, the money collected here by this cash grab from Airbnb hosts, the government has not told us exactly what's going to happen with this money. Is it going into affordable housing? Again, the government voted against an amendment we had to this very clause that would ensure the money that is collected through this is actually going to go into affordable housing. And the government voted that amendment down. So that tells me very clearly, it tells this House that the money collected by this bill and by this clause is not going to be redistributed for affordable housing projects. And again, I do think it's worth reminding the House affordable housing not-for-profits and community groups that are actually being impacted by Bill 320 that will no longer receive funding that came through the density bonusing of Halifax. And that's the Affirmative Ventures in Dartmouth, Welcome Housing and the YWCA of Halifax, Compass Nova Scotia in Halifax, the North End Community Health Association, the Elizabeth Fry Society of Mainland Nova Scotia in Dartmouth, Longhouse Housing Co-op in Halifax, the Affordable Housing Association of Nova Scotia, the Nova Scotia Housing Trust, the Roman Catholic Archdiocese of Halifax and Yarmouth, and the Dartmouth Nonprofit Housing Society. So Bill 320 is eliminating the funding source that all these groups receive their funding from. The government has not been clear on whether they will backstop that loss or what's going to happen with that. And furthermore, they refused to vote on an amendment to Clause 4, which would dedicate the money grabbed from Airbnb hosts to affordable housing. So I think that's a big issue. You know, if you're actually, want to get the most out of this bill and want it to achieve something, it's not there right now, and Clause 4 is not going to do it. If we are looking specifically at Clause 4 and this fee that is being charged, there is no guarantee whatsoever. In fact, there's indication of the opposite, that this money has any chance of getting to affordable housing in Nova Scotia. And again, I think that is so important because, well, money's being collected here from businesses. Money is being cut by Bill 320 to affordable housing. And I'm also concerned and think it's important that this funding go to affordable housing because the government seems to have no real interest in anything outside of market housing in a real way. And again, this actually just isn't even affordable housing. You look at these organizations that are receiving this funding. I mean, it's going to emergency housing. It is going to housing to support women who are fleeing abusive situations to ensure that they have a place to stay in their time of need. It is going to wraparound services for those that are dealing with homelessness and addiction issues. And there's no promise or commitment by this government that any of the money collected here is going to address any of these issues. So while Bill 320 is eliminating funding to these communities, these community organizations, and not-for-profit groups that are doing incredible work that the government is dependent on them to do. Again, because this government has no strategy on homelessness. This government has no plan on emergency housing to the scale that we need it. And this bill, in fact, is going to hurt the Halifax's ability to support all these things. The government won't commit the money that's being collected here to go into these areas. They have voted against an amendment on Clause 4 that would ensure that this money goes to organizations like Bryony House, who are being forced to put women back on the street who flew abusive situations, and their kids. This is a very dangerous situation, and again, I think it's important to talk about where these funds go in Clause 4, Madam Chair, because we've got to really serious situation that is bubbling here, where you have these local organizations dealing with vulnerable individuals who are fleeing scary situations, who have kids, women in particular. You've got some of our most violent criminals, murderers, and those allegedly engaging in assault and sexual assault, not seeing their day in court, getting back on the street because of the Jordan decision. And we're going to have less money as a result of Bill 320 that actually goes toward supporting these organizations that are giving these vulnerable individuals, women in particular, and their kids, refuge at a time when they most need it. And so what's happened in Bryony House is because there is such a demand on their services, they've had to put a time limit on how long women and their kids can stay there. So now there's going to be women that are either being sent back to their dangerous situation back at home or onto the streets with their kids. And again, Bill 320 eliminates a serious funding source for the organizations that are there to help them. And it's in Clause 4 where we could actually bring some assurance to these individuals who are struggling to find a place to live, who are struggling living in tents, who are struggling to make ends meet. All the organizations that are doing the government's work in supporting these individuals are losing money. And it's in Clause 4 that the government could actually mandate and dictate that the funds collected from short-term rental hosts go towards supporting, at the very least, our emergency housing and community housing and wraparound service sector, or transition housing, where we know the need is most acute, where the greatest symptoms of the housing crisis are being felt every single day, and where homelessness, certainly if you look at the stats, has been doubling under this government. So here's a real area where the government could make a difference if they're going to actually do something with this bill and Clause 4 and the money that's collected. Because what else has this government done? They've actually frozen income assistance for 2 years in a row when inflation's going up through the roof, when rents are the highest they've ever been, when we're leading the country in inflation rate and increase to rent. It's at that time that the government has frozen income assistance and reduced the income threshold essentially for important supports like rental supplements. So this government has actually made policy choices which include Bill 320 and the elimination of the density bonusing funding that's going to these community organizations. The government has made decisions that have made the situation worse for the most financially vulnerable or for those that are actually fleeing scary situations. And it's in Clause 4 that the government could try and remedy that by ensuring that the funds collected, which again, I will argue, are not going to produce more long-term rental units, but at least there could be some good that comes out of this if the funds are directed to those groups that have lost money as a result of Bill 320, and those groups that certainly, and those groups that certainly need the most, and those, of course, those individuals that require the services of these groups. And again, let's go through who those groups are here, because I think it's important to do that. And these are groups that could be funded through Clause 4 of Bill 320, Madam Chair. The affirmative ventures in Dartmouth, and again, they require large sums of money to function. They received over $163,000 from the density bonusing that they'll no longer be eligible for. The Welcome Housing and the YWCA here in Halifax, Compass Nova Scotia, the North End Community Health Association, the Elizabeth Fry Society, the Longhouse Housing Co-op, the Affordable Housing Association, the Nova Scotia Housing Trust, the Roman Catholic Archdiocese, specific to housing initiatives that they've engaged in, and the Dartmouth not-for-profit housing. And there's other groups that could benefit from funding too of Clause, like so Clause 4 is about the money that's collected from the Airbnb hosts. There's other groups that could benefit from funding too if the government decided to actually dedicate that funding to emergency transition or affordable housing. like Bryony House here in HRM, or Juniper House in Yarmouth, or Shift House in Yarmouth. These are organizations that look after, or Split Rock, which is another group I'm familiar with out of Yarmouth, that are dealing with youth homelessness and supportive housing for women that are fleeing scary situations. And again, I think the government has an obligation to be there for these organizations and for these individuals. Again, specifically because other policies that the government has moved forward with have further created financial challenges to them. And Bill 320 is creating, potentially creating financial challenges for the organizations that are providing support to them. And again, there is no plan to use the funds collected here to redistribute for emergency transition, housing, or wraparound services. We don't know where this money is going to go. There's no commitment by the government to put it into affordable housing options. Again, these are all very different things, right? Affordable housing is for those who can't afford market housing. That is different than emergency housing for those that are homeless, and supportive housing for those that are fleeing abusive situations. So there's a bunch of options here that the government could really look at in terms of ensuring that the funds collected through Clause 4 are redistributed in a way that's going to have at least a small impact on the lives of some people. And again, people who I think have been negatively impacted by other government policies, and as well could potentially be negatively impacted by Bill 320 and the government's unwillingness through Clause 4 to ensure that the funds collected are going to be redistributed to those who need it most. So again, Madam Chair, just to go over the arguments around Clause 4 again, I've tabled information on the potential impacts of Bill 320 Clause 4 to the tourism accommodation sector. Again, analysis that the government has not conducted itself, analysis the government has not done. They can't even tell you how many units are going to come off the short-term rental market. But the data I've tabled, and I will table the study from Tourism Nova Scotia on the U.S. to Maine ferry, which was my chief example in making this point. We know from that data that those tourists coming here who are of the highest value, who stay the longest, who spend the most, who come in bigger groups, a lot of them, up to 50%, potentially are using short-term rentals. And, you know, the government can't give us any analysis on whether those short-term rentals are going to become long-term rentals. They can't answer simple questions about that. They don't know what the impact's going to be. There's been no analysis conducted. But furthermore, they also haven't done any analysis on what the impact of Clause 4 is going to be on the businesses that we're highly dependent on right now to accommodate tourists, and again, some of the highest value tourists that we have coming into the province. And I think it's shocking that the government hasn't considered this. And it's concerning because, I mean, this is a government that is primarily elected in rural Nova Scotia. Rural Nova Scotia is highly dependent, our economy is highly dependent on tourism dollars. If we're going to accommodate people, they need to have accommodations. And particularly, I know in the South Shore, because I've used this example, and I think it's the same case in the Valley, the Eastern Shore, and I'd guess every region of the province, the Cumberlands, the Pictos, Cape Breton, there is a high dependency now on our Airbnbs. And again, these are not all units that can be or are going to be converted into long-term rentals. At least not, you know, at least the government hasn't produced any evidence to suggest that that's going to happen. So we have not done the economic analysis of this. We have not done the economic analysis of Clause 4. We do not know if it's going to have a positive impact. And all we know is that it could potentially have an impact on those that have invested heavily in our tourism accommodations. And we should value those people, and those folks should have been consulted too. And particularly on Clause 4, they should have been consulted, you know. What does this mean? What does this mean to the short-term accommodation rental market? How much are we dependent on it? Will this drive people out of it? Will these units then become long-term rentals? Like the fact that the government could not even, can't still answer any questions on the impacts of Clause 4 and the fee that's being charged, I think should be a note of concern for every member of this House. And furthermore, not dedicating, Madam Chair, this funding to either emergency housing, transition housing, community-based housing, housing that is for the most vulnerable women in our society, in our communities, or our youth that, again, are finding themselves homeless more and more in recent years, I also think is very problematic. And again, the government could, in Clause 4, be very explicit that these funds are not going to go to the general treasury, that they're going to go to where those funds are needed most. And again, that even if it's affordable housing, if it's to increase rent supplements so that people who lost their eligibility for the rent supplements, because now, because of the changes that the government made, if you're only paying 49% of your income in rent, you no longer are eligible for rental supplement. And again, a rental supplement is subsidy for those that are paying rents they can't afford. And again, this is important because Nova Scotia has the highest increase in rents in the whole country, and that's under this government. In the last 2 years, Nova Scotia has gone from having a fairly affordable rental market to having the highest increases in rent in the whole country. This money that's collected in Clause 4 could be also redistributed there, right? This is new funding that's being acquired by the provincial government. It's a new tax, and so far we don't have any indications that anything's going to happen with it other than going back into the general treasury without any commitment to redistribute that money. And again, this is happening. This is important because it's happening at the same time that the government is cutting other important subsidies and supports for people who more and more need those supports. Right? There's another option could be the heating assistance rebate program. The government just cut $400 out of that. So people who are getting up to $1,000 who need this funding for paying their heat and power bills, by the way, which are also going up 14% under this government, they could benefit from the funds collected in Clause 4. The government could reverse that funding cut if the funds in Clause 4 are redistributed in a way to those folks. So, I mean, there's tons of options here for the government to consider, right? If they don't want to move on all the housing needs and redistribute the funds collected in Clause 4 to emergency housing or supportive housing or transitional housing or wraparound services or affordable housing, right? If they don't want to do that, there could at least be money being redirected to those who previously benefited from the rent subsidy. And again, the funds collected in Clause 4 could help the government reverse their decision on the rental supplement, which I think would be of great benefit because there's individuals, and again, I think we can all confirm that if you're paying 49% of your income in rent, that's a lot. If you're paying less than that, it's still a lot. Here's new funding derived by a new tax, by a new cash grab, by the tax and spend Tories that could be redistributed in a way I think that could have an impact, right? And again, I'm laying out options here for the government to consider. I think the housing options should be deemed to be the first priority. particularly on the homelessness and emergency housing front and the supportive housing front, because again, those are where we're seeing the most acute symptoms of the housing crisis, and again, which the government currently does not have a sufficient plan to address at all, or in a way that's as timely as it needs to be. And we are facing colder weather right now. We are dealing with below freezing temperatures, and Clause 4, the money collected through that could be redistributed to help increase the government's so far insufficient efforts to house those that need housing most acutely and that are facing cold every single day. It could go to support organizations like Bryony House, who can't accommodate the demand that they're receiving from their clients. It could go to any of the groups that I've listed here.
Order. There's quite a bit of chatter. I ask that everybody keep it down to a low roar. Yeah. I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you. And again, Madam Chair, this should be looked. I know there's not going to be enough money collected here to distribute it to all of these organizations to fix all these problems. So I think these are options for the government to consider here with redeployment of a redisbursement of the funds collected here. So if the government does not want to fund or does not think there's enough money here that's going to be collected to deal with the housing issues, again, rental supplements could be an area where the government could reverse their, I think, ill-conceived decision to cut the threshold for rental supplements, something that could help seniors right now, that can help young families who are experiencing high rents, that could also help young people. Because I mean, what's going on with the housing issue right now is it is impacting every single human on the housing spectrum, from the student who's trying, the 18-year-old who's trying to find a place to live in Halifax and Sydney and Yarmouth, who can't, to the young graduate who's getting out into the labor market and trying to make a go at it, trying to find a place to live that's affordable, to the individual in their late 20s or early 30s who's trying to start a family and can't afford to buy a house with the high interest rates and with the increase to the real estate market in the province, to all the way to the senior who now can't downsize. So again, we heard in Cape Breton that 1/3 of their family housing stock is occupied by a single senior. Those folks can't afford to downgrade their home because of supply, of course, because of the high rate of rent for any new entry into the rental market who's not protected by the rent cap. Or if they want to purchase a smaller home, they're going to be dinged with not being under the cap anymore. They're going to be paying higher property taxes. So, you know, there's a big spectrum of people that could be supported by the funds that are collected through Clause 4 that the government is not considering, I think, in a meaningful way. And again, that was demonstrated by the government's own vote against an amendment to make sure that these funds were going to be dedicated. And again, the other option, which I believe is worth flagging, is I think the funds collected through Clause 4, if the government is committed to moving forward with Bill 320, which they seem to be, again, could reverse the decision on the heating assistance rebate program. And you know, for the House's memory here, the government made a decision to cut a $1,000 heating assistance rebate to $600. And again, I don't know I don't know that the government told us what the net impact of that would be to the Treasury, but if there was analysis done on that, and if there's analysis done on the money collected through Clause 4 of this bill, we might know if we can bridge the gap there. Because again, it's also concerning that we don't know how much money is actually going to be coming in from this. I mean, the government can't answer any reasonable questions on this bill or Clause 4. How much money is Clause 4 actually going to collect? We don't know. How many units is Clause 4 going to put on the market? We don't know. What's the impact going to be to the short-term rental market? We don't know. And again, this is a big deal to move forward with a new fee, a new tax, without being able to answer any of the questions on what it's going to do or how much money that the government's going to get from it. So again, I will state in closing, I think overall, this bill is ill-conceived. I do not see it, go far enough to get more units onto the rental market from the short-term, long-term rental market from the short-term rental market. I don't think the government has fully thought through the impacts of Clause 4 on the tourism industry, our ability to be a tourism-based economy in many of our provinces. And at the very least, I think the government could redeploy these funds in a way that will have an impact on the people who need it most. And with those few comments, Madam Chair, I'll take my seat. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Leader of the Opposition for his comments. I will describe them in further detail and touch on some other points as well. So I wanted to start really by kind of setting the context and laying the groundwork for where we are here. And I looked at page 43 and 44 of the Turner Drake Housing Needs Assessment, which is actually a really helpful document. So I appreciate the fact that that document's out there in the public realm and that we all get a chance to read it and to look through it, because I think it's very important for the entire housing crisis that we are dealing with right now, and relevant to Clause 4 of Bill 320 is Section 4.4 of the Housing Needs Assessment, which is about short-term rentals. So I just wanted to read from the section here what we heard. So this is what stakeholders, primarily municipalities, councils, staff, and the general public said about short-term rentals. And it says, we heard mixed perspectives across the province on short-term rentals and vacation homes. Short-term rentals were only seen as a serious issue in terms of limiting long-term rental availability in areas where tourism was a main economic driver, and that speaks to points that the member from Yarmouth made about the balance that's required between tourism accommodations and long-term rentals. This is interesting here. Municipalities feel unable to properly assess the effect of short-term rentals on their communities, citing skepticism about data and enforcement of the newly announced regulations. And enforcement is a key piece here that I think I will talk about throughout my remarks tonight, and is really, really critical. We heard a strong call from municipal and stakeholder groups for short-term rentals to be taxed commercially to level the playing field for hotels and other more traditional forms of short-term accommodation. So we know that the government is not taking that approach through this bill, despite what they heard in their own report from municipalities. And just to give a sense of the scale of the issue here, I think this is also really important. On page 44 of the Housing Needs Assessment, it lays out how many units are actually being used for short-term rentals. So it says there's about 11,000 in total as of 2022, September 2022, so about a year ago. But only about 6,000 of those units are what they would call commercial, meaning they're available or reserved at least 50% of the time. So realistically, the amount of units from a short-term rental perspective that are primarily used for housing other people, other than the person who owns the place, is 5,000 to 6,000. So it says, if we compare the total estimated 2022 commercial units to the adjusted housing stock, which is 2021 census plus completions, upwards of 1% of Nova Scotia's inventory may be used as a short-term commercial rental. So I say that to kind of put in context what we're talking about here. In a best case scenario, being as charitable as we might be, we're talking about maybe 1% of the entire housing stock in the province is a commercial short-term rental. So even if, and there's no way this would happen, but even if the government implemented this legislation and every single short-term commercial rental in Nova Scotia became a long-term rental the very next day, that would be a drop in the bucket in terms of the need for housing in this province. And as I will make the case here tonight, I would suspect that the number of short-term rentals that are going to become long-term rentals as a result of this legislation is very, very, very small. And the minister, in fact, I think agrees with me on that point, because he said as much the day that this piece of legislation was introduced. He was asked what impact this legislation would have. How many of the 6,000 short-term rentals, commercial short-term rentals, will become long-term rentals for seniors or young families or students or whomever might need it on a long-term basis? And his answer was probably very few. So I think we just need to keep in mind, even if everything goes according to plan through this legislation, which I don't think will happen, we are still making very, 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 very small progress on the overall housing crisis in this piece of legislation. So if we look at Clause 4 in particular, which is around an annual registration tax, and as I think during the comments from the Leader of the Opposition, Madam Chair, you read that clause out. You know, the annual registration tax may be a different amount for different classes of hosts, and without limiting the generality of the foregoing, may vary based on any attribute, quality, characteristic, or location of the class of host. So to translate that, essentially what we're talking about is, depending on where you are in the province and what kind of short-term rental you're offering, the registration tax you pay will differ. And in Clause 3A1 of Clause 4 here, it says that the registration tax will be prescribed by regulation. So we don't know for sure what that registration tax will be, although when the minister spoke to this bill to the media and to second reading as well, the numbers that we have been given are, on the low end, $240. This is annual, $240 annual. And at the highest end, here in downtown Halifax, about $3,600, so $3,600. And I mean, that doesn't sound like a lot just from intuition. And if you dig a little bit, it really doesn't sound like a lot. So just an hour and a half ago, I went online to Airbnb just to look. Okay, let's say July 13th to the 20th of 2024. That's tourist season for sure here in Halifax, and I would expect that would be one of the more expensive times of year for Airbnb operators. So I said July 13th to the 20th of next year in downtown Halifax. Let's kind of see what numbers pop up. And there were, I think, 565 units available. Some rooms, some entire homes, some condos, apartments, and so on. Excuse me. And I just jotted down a few of the numbers. This is certainly not exhaustive, but, and these are quite typical, to be honest. $297, this is all per night. $297, $309, $425, $468, $519, and just a couple of blocks from here, $688 a night. So if you, yeah, it's good business. So that, if you think about it, that's about $700 a night. So if you booked for a week, let's say you booked for that week of July, what did I say? July 13th to the 20th. 7 times, you're almost $5,000. You're close to $5,000 in total revenue. And if the maximum amount of the tax is $3,600, you're flying past that in a week. So to think that that operator of that unit that is charging $700 a night in July of 2024 is going to all of a sudden make that unit available to a long-term renter because they're being charged $3,600 by the government makes no sense. I don't promise a lot of things, but I promise that won't happen. And even if you're charging $300 a night, which I would say was kind of the median price based on my look at things, I mean, that's 10 days, right? That's 12 days. That's less than 2 weeks. So if you think that the tourist season in Halifax here, you know, let's say it starts in late May and runs until essentially now. Last week I saw a cruise ship in the harbor, November 1st or 2nd. You know, so the tourist season here is extending well into October and November now. And so if you're an Airbnb operator in the downtown Halifax area, you've got a good 6 months. You've got a good 180 to 190 days of potential revenue. And to think that $3,600 is going to make a dent in your revenue stream for the year, if $3,600 is going to change the economic calculation you make as to whether or not you use your condo, your apartment, your house, whatever it is, as an Airbnb or as a long-term rental, it's not going to happen. And again, I don't have the data at hand for more rural areas of the province, but if you're talking $240, I mean, that could be one night, that could be 2 nights at most. If you're talking $500, $1,000, you're really not incentivizing a change in behavior, which is the whole point of a tax. That's the whole point of taxes, is to change behavior. And if you're taxing something and not changing behavior, I don't really know what you're achieving. And I think that's kind of what's happening here with this bill. As the Leader of the Opposition mentioned, and as we discussed on Clause 4, the last time this bill was up for debate at Committee of the Whole, the need for a direction or a mandate for the funds that are raised. And again, we don't know how much money the government anticipates they will raise from this tax. It would be nice to have that, so at least we could have a baseline to work from, but so far, we don't know. So I think it's reasonable for us to say, well, however much money is raised from this program, that money should be directed specifically and explicitly to affordable housing funding, because we know that there is a massive shortfall of affordable housing in this province in the range of at least 30,000 units and probably more. And certainly as the weeks and months pass in this housing and affordability crisis, that number will only continue to grow. And in the government's own housing plan, there's not enough of a mention, Mr. Chair, of affordable housing and what the government, in terms of a new program, new changes, will do to ease the burden for the tens and tens of thousands of Nova Scotians who are really struggling to afford their housing. And as the member for Yarmouth said, people in Nova Scotia who are spending 49.9% of their income on rent are not eligible for government supports for renters, which I think is a real shame. So again, I don't think this tax will change behavior. I really don't know how much money this tax will raise, but I think whatever funds it does raise should be directed into some of the affordable housing programs that the Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing has. And many of those programs, of course, are wonderful and have certainly played a role in providing housing for people across the province who need it. And so I think that would be a common sense adjustment to Clause 4 here, although unfortunately it appears it's not going to happen because our amendment was dismissed on that particular point. But I do think it should stay in the conversation. Third point I want to make, Mr. Chair, is what I touched on earlier, enforcement. You know, enforcement is always an overlooked part of administering anything, I think. but we, in particular on housing.
Order. I think you're referring to Clause 5. I think we're still on Clause 4. Okay, just making sure. Recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I was referring to the fact that if we're going to raise funds through this program, if we're going to tax Airbnb operators, we can look to other jurisdictions and see what are they doing on Airbnb operators? What are they doing that might be different than us? How can we learn from them? And British Columbia, in particular, has been taking some steps on short-term rentals that I think we could learn from and that I think would be helpful for Clause 4 in this legislation. So BC has put in a new system for regulating Airbnbs, or is in the process, I should say, of legislating that. And one of the things that they've put forward is that you will only be able in British Columbia to Airbnb your principal residence, so the house in which you live. You won't be able to Airbnb, you know, let's say you owned a second apartment, or you owned a condo, or you owned a house somewhere else in the province. You would not be eligible to Airbnb that under this legislation that BC has put forward. Now, is that a better way to do it? I honestly don't know. I haven't thought through it enough. We don't have any real-world evidence, but I certainly think that would be a more obvious step if you really wanted to cut down on the number of short-term rentals in the housing market. You would do that, I think, rather than putting a small levy, a small tax in the grand scheme of things on any operator. You would actually say, if you want to have a short-term rental operation, fine, but the only place that you are eligible to do that is your principal residence, the home in which you live. You can't do it anywhere else. That is what BC is doing, and as part of that legislation, they are creating an enforcement, compliance and enforcement unit to ensure compliance and enforcement of these short-term rental regulations. And I think that is a key piece. I know that's something we've talked about with residential tenancies, and we are still waiting to see when or if there will be a residential tenancies enforcement unit. As you mentioned, Mr. Chair, in Clause 5, there is some discussion of enforcement around these regulations. I find it interesting that enforcement is in this piece of legislation pretty quickly and easily, and yet we've waited 2+ years for any kind of movement on enforcement when it comes to residential tenancies, which is 300,000 units, 300,000 people, and not 5,000 or 6,000 as we see with short-term rentals. So how will platforms and operators, so the Airbnbs of the world, all of the operators who you actually use to find Airbnbs online and book them, how is this tax going to work with them to make sure that they are not putting up on their websites Airbnb operators who aren't licensed? That is a real question. I don't think there's an obvious answer to that at this point in terms of how do we know that all of the operators we look at when we go online and Google Airbnb Halifax, July 13th to 20th of next year, how do we know that of the 565 that showed up when I looked at it an hour and a half ago, that they are all licensed and registered and paying the tax and the registration tax that Clause 4 demands of them? I think that's an open question that I hope the minister will be able to explain either here in committee of the whole at some point, more likely at third reading. I know that the legislation calls for the development of regulations which will lay out how much the registration tax will be. And I hope that that will be very prescriptive, because will it differ from location to location? Does that create a competitive advantage or disadvantage? If you're, just over a county line, for example, and your registration tax under this legislation is $500 if you're in Shelburne County and $1,500 if you're in Queens County, right? That beautiful Shelburne County, that's right. I mean, that's a material difference, I think, and that could change the game for some people. And so whenever you're dealing with taxation, as we are here in Clause 4, we want to make sure that it's applied fairly and evenly across the board, and that there's transparency and consistency. And so I hope that we will see all of those pieces be addressed as regulations are developed once this piece of legislation is passed. And as the leader of the official opposition mentioned in his remarks, there is an important argument around tourism. I think it's easy and chic in some places to pretend or make the argument that short-term rentals, Airbnbs have completely decimated the housing market. They've removed so much long-term housing from the market that is the reason why people can't find an apartment or a place to live. I'm not sure that's accurate. And as I said at the beginning of my comments, Mr. Chair, on Clause 4, page 43 of the Housing Needs Assessment, which is specific to short-term rentals, that there were mixed perspectives across the province on short-term rentals. It says that short-term rentals were only seen as a serious issue in areas where tourism was a main economic driver. Now, tourism is a main economic driver in a lot of Nova Scotia. I would argue the vast majority of the province, whether you're in Halifax or in rural areas, tourism is going to be a main economic driver. So there is that side of the coin, but as the member for Yarmouth, the leader of the official opposition, also made the point, in a lot of rural areas of Nova Scotia, there may not be the traditional motels, hotels, accommodations at scale to meet the needs for the tourists who might be coming into an area during the summer months. And so that makes short-term rentals not just a luxury in some cases, but definitely a necessity. And I think that it would be a shame to see that option disappear from rural Nova Scotia and not have those accommodations available, because of course, if you're traveling, if you don't have accommodations, you're not going to stay somewhere. And so I think there's an important piece of the puzzle that short-term rentals provide, and I think that we cannot lose sight of that fact and veer too far in the direction here of taxation that we discourage that completely, because I think that would be unfortunately missing the point. And so when we think about the effectiveness of Clause 4, which is really the heart of the bill, the essence of the bill is Clause 4. Whenever we think about a piece of legislation or a particular clause, we should ask ourselves, what do we think the effectiveness of that clause or that legislation will be? And is that clause and is that legislation dealing with the symptom of a problem, or is it dealing with the cause of a problem? And in this case, as I've argued, I think you can make a very strong case that taxing short-term rentals a little bit is dealing with the symptom and not the cause. The cause of our housing crisis, of course, as we all, I think, agree, is that there are just not enough houses in enough places at the right prices for enough people. That is really the root cause of the housing crisis. The proliferation of short-term rentals is a symptom of that, but to have legislation like this, to have clause 4 around the registration tax, and to position this, as I think the government has done, as one of the key pieces of legislation on housing this session. I think there's really only two. I would say this one and the HRM bill is, I think, a bit of a red herring. And we've seen, actually, this is quite interesting, on page 44 of the Housing Needs Assessment, there's a column here about the total number of short-term rentals. And in 2018, that was 7,744. And then we see a huge spike in 2020, all the way up to 11,154. So that's a 50% increase in 2 years. Why is that? I'm actually not sure why that would be, but we do see a 50% increase in 2 years. And then between 2020 and 2022, we actually see the number of short-term rentals in Nova Scotia go down. Very, very small amount, but it has gone down. In 2020, there were 11,154 short-term rentals. And in 2022, last year, this data is from September of last year, so a year ago, 11,090. So we see the number of short-term rentals in Nova Scotia is actually flat and declining very, very slightly. So to suggest or to make the argument that solving the issue, if I can use that term, of short-term rentals will have a material effect on the housing crisis, I think is to miss the point entirely, because the data suggests that the short-term rental market in Nova Scotia is stable. It is not growing anymore by leaps and bounds. And so legislation like this will cost Airbnb operators money. Will it prevent new Airbnbs from coming on the market? I don't know. I would suspect no. And I also think that the data from the government's very own report that Turner and Drake did would make the case that the Airbnb market in Nova Scotia has stabilized on its own. And this is a government, I think, that talks about the market a lot when it comes to housing, and you know, I think has a point of view that the market will do the lion's share of the work in terms of solving the housing crisis, and I don't dispute that point, but it's odd that on a part of the housing market where there is stability and where the market has basically said we're good with the level of short-term rentals for now, the government sticks its nose in and decides to make an issue of something that is not really a key driver of affordability or cost. And so I think the government's energy and efforts on housing would have been much, much better served in determining what would be the best way forward in terms of new funding programs, new approaches, new partnerships on affordable housing, rather than saying, hey, Airbnb, that's kind of a soft spot for us to focus on. So let's come up with some kind of tax scheme to make us feel good about Airbnb. And the logic doesn't really make sense. The effectiveness is TBD, to be determined, but I think the evidence is definitely pointing in the direction of very limited impact, a handful of units perhaps going from short-term rentals to long-term rentals. And I hope in regulations that we will see this piece of legislation and this clause showing us how much money was raised in the past year through this registration tax. Where was that money collected? Could be divided by county, I'm not sure. That might be a reasonable way to do it. And how many units of housing that were short-term rentals in the preceding year became long-term rentals. And if we don't have that data, and I hope that the regulations will mandate that that kind of reporting is done, and we see that very often here in the legislature, ministers standing up at the beginning of the day and tabling reports, annual reports in many cases, and that's because the legislation requires the minister to do so, and that is a very good thing. That is a measure of accountability and transparency that we must have. And I think an issue as important as housing, which is certainly 1A or 1B right now in Nova Scotia and across the country, with an issue that is that significant and that important, I would hope that the minister and his department will make that data available to members of the opposition, academics, housing providers, and most importantly, the public on a yearly basis, so we can test whether or not the argument the government makes in Clause 4, namely that a registration tax on Airbnb and short-term rentals will have an impact. We can test that. That's the beauty of tracking and reporting data, is we can all look back in a year's time and say, okay, that might have sounded like a good idea from the government perspective, but it hasn't been working. Or we can say, hey, that didn't sound like a great idea, and we were right. Or maybe we weren't. We'll see. That's the beauty of the future. We just don't know. But if we have the data and the metrics on this registration tax, then we will be in a better position to make that determination. And perhaps the data will tell us $240 is not nearly enough to incentivize behavior or make change. Or $3,600 is not nearly enough to make a change. As I said, if you can charge $400, $500, $688 a night in July 2024, and as we get closer to that time period, and as demand ramps up and there's less time, that price is going to go up. It's like when you try to book a flight the night before your flight. It's pretty expensive. So if you try to book that Airbnb 2 weeks ahead of time as opposed to 9 months, I mean, that $500 a night room could be $600, $700 very, very quickly. And so if the data shows us that Clause 4, and by extension the bill, because Clause 4 is the heart of the bill, it's the nuts and bolts of the bill, if the data shows us that the effectiveness is not there, then we need to look at alternatives. That could be raising the registration tax. It could be getting rid of it. If we say, you know what, this isn't working, there's much better ways to deal with the housing crisis than levying an ineffective one-time tax on Airbnb operators. And as I've shown, the number of short-term rentals in the province is leveling off. So maybe this is an issue that is in the early stages of resolving itself. So maybe we say, let's pull back. Let's not do this at all. Let's figure out a better way to deal with the housing issues we face as a province, particularly on the affordable housing side of the equation. Or, as I said earlier, if we want to double down on the short-term rental issue and put in place more stringent requirements, you could do, as I said, what BC is in the process of doing, which is mandating that short-term rentals can only be a principal residence. It can't be a second property you have. It can't be a third property you have if you're lucky enough to have 3 properties. It must be your principal residence as the only one. Again, that legislation is currently before the BC House, and it also substantially increases fines from $1,000 a day to $3,000 a day. So $3,000 a day, that makes a difference. That incentivizes behavior. Even if you're charging $700 a night, $3,000 a day is a lot and is a steep price to pay. And as I started my discussion on short-term rentals and on Clause 4 here, we heard from municipalities as well. And I think that's another open question that this piece of legislation in Clause 4 raises. How are municipalities involved in this conversation? Are they involved? Because we've seen on the housing issue in particular, an attitude on the part of this government to ignore and dismiss at times the requirements of municipalities. And as was mentioned in the housing needs assessment, there was a very strong call from municipal groups for short-term rentals to be taxed commercially to, quote, level the playing field for hotels and other more traditional forms of short-term accommodations. And I think that's an important and fair point, because as new types of businesses come online that change the way we've done things traditionally, whether it is an Airbnb for where you sleep at night, or whether it's an Uber for how you get about a city. When Uber came to Nova Scotia just a few years ago, that was something that the initial discussions had started when I was still at what's now called Public Works. And the idea was to kind of harmonize things with the taxi industry, existing taxi industry, as best we could. Because obviously there was some tension there between taxi operators and Uber or Lyft, although Lyft doesn't operate here, and Uber. And I think the same thing is happening in the accommodation space between your short-term rentals, your Airbnbs, and your traditional motel and hotel operators. And that just makes sense because the short-term rentals, of course, eat into the business and the viability of traditional accommodations, which, of course, have had a really rough few years with the pandemic, where nobody was traveling and nobody was using hotels and motels for the better part of 2 or 3 years. And I'm sure that business hasn't even recovered at this point, like most other businesses in that field would be. And so that tension between short-term rental operators and traditional accommodators is one that can really only be resolved through dialogue, first and foremost. And the second piece that's really important is what's mentioned here in the housing needs assessment from municipalities themselves, not from my point of view, but from the municipal point of view, is the need to level the playing field and tax at the commercial rate short-term rentals. And I wonder if that has been something that the department and the minister considered and rejected, or have not really considered in a serious way yet. And if they haven't, I would urge them to do that. Again, it's like the BC model. I'm not arguing that that's necessarily the right thing to do, but I think we need to be open to all options creative ways of thinking about how we deal with housing and with short-term rentals. And to just slap a one-time, in some cases, minuscule tax is, I think, to, as I said earlier, it's a bit of a red herring, I think. It's one of those things where you can wave a flag and say, we've done well, we're doing something. I know you're mad that short-term rentals are taking up units in your town or your city, and so this is what your government is doing on your behalf. But when you, like many things I see emanating from the government, if you peel back one layer, you start to find the cupboard's pretty bare, and the ideas are not as effective or inspiring as the government might argue they would be. And if you look at the data here again on short-term rentals for 2022, about a year ago, you'll see the vast majority, 8,744 of the 11,000 short-term rentals in Nova Scotia are an entire home or an apartment. So yes, there is an argument to be made that every single one of those 8,744 homes or apartments could, would, and perhaps should be a long-term rental. But given the economics of the case, which I've laid out, which the leader of the official opposition laid out, which I'm sure any other member who is going to speak to this clause or to this bill in general will make, the rationale for anyone to convert any one of those 8,744 units is nil. You know, we might wish that people would make that change out of the goodness of their heart, out of a desire to house neighbors or members of their community, and maybe there's some good Samaritans out there. I'm sure there are people who will do that. But the vast majority will follow the iron laws of economics, like most of us would, and they will decide what is in their best interest from a financial perspective, and they will do that. And what is in their best interest from a financial perspective, even despite this piece of legislation, is to keep their property as a short-term rental. There is no doubt about that. And so the effectiveness of this particular clause, which is the heart of the bill, and of this bill in general, is dubious at best. And if we look at the need here, we can see how short this bill falls. From the government's own housing strategy, which does have its flaws, I've mentioned those, but we do have some data from that report. We know that there is a shortfall of 41,000 housing units over the next 6 to 7 years, up until 2030. We're going to build 30,000 based on current rates, and we need 70,000 based on a median population growth. That's not even assuming the population growth is as high as it has been, which could be a dangerous assumption and could change all of these numbers very quickly. But let's assume that that's correct. And we need 70,000. We're going to build 30. That leaves 41,000 units that we need to build over and above what we're already building over the next 6 years. So that's about between 6,000 and 7,000 units per year over and above what we already build, which is a lot. We all know how many cranes there are in HRM and how many buildings are going up, and yet we need to more than double that to meet the need. And if we need to build 6,000 to 7,000 more units per year over and above what we're building now, I don't see in any way how this piece of legislation is going to help achieve that goal, because there are, at best, 6,000 short-term rental units in Nova Scotia that are commercial, that are being used at least 50% of the time for a short-term rental. So if all of those units magically turned over to long-term rental the day after this legislation came into effect, and what a miracle that would be 1 year of the 6 that we need to achieve in order to meet our housing needs. And how many of those 6,000 units will convert? 100% it will not be 6,000. Will it be 600? I don't think so. Will it be 200? I don't think so. I think we're going to be seeing less than 100 units of short-term rentals go to long-term rentals on a yearly basis because of this bill. That would be my prediction if I was to make one. I think less than 100 units of the short-term rentals will convert to long-term rentals as a result of this piece of legislation. And if you're going to have 100 new units of long-term rentals come on the market when you need somewhere between 6,000 and 7,000 a year to meet the need, I think there is no way we are going to close that gap through taxing short-term rental operators between 1 and 10 night stays per year. There's just no way that's going to happen. And I wish we could see from the government an emphasis on bigger ideas, a bigger scale to meet the need of the moment when it comes to housing. And I know that housing was a topic of conversation among the premiers who've been here the last 48 hours, as it should be. And I'll be interested to see over the next little while we're here, how any of those discussions will filter into the chamber here. And from what the premier heard from his colleagues, what the minister will hear as well. And it's an open question as to whether or not we are going to see the big ideas that I would like to see, that the opposition would like to see, and frankly, that Nova Scotians would like to see. And I know for a fact that the people in my riding in Bedford South, the majority of whom are renters, I don't have the exact figures, but it's over 60% of my riding would be renters. When they think about their housing needs, and many of them are seniors who are on a fixed income. I was with one this morning for 2 hours while we were raising money for the Poppy campaign at the Sobeys and Larry Utech. We talked about housing. That was one of the main things we talked about. And he talked about the concerns that he has. Him and his wife have worked really hard. They've saved. They've got a pension, which is, very lucky for them. They're very fortunate in that respect. And yet, they still find, year by year, things are becoming more and more difficult. And they're worried about a 5% rent increase in a couple of months. And if I were to sit with that gentleman and explain to him, one of the main things that the government wants to do on housing this session is to tax short-term rentals $3,000 a year, I don't think he would think that's going to do much. And he'd be right. You don't need to be an expert in housing policy. You don't need to be an economics major, which I certainly am not, to understand the basic economics of this situation. And so once we get past that initial point and you look at the bill and you look at clause 4 and you think to yourself, that doesn't make sense. That's not going to change anything. That's not going to change anyone's decision making as to whether or not they offer that Airbnb next summer. And I'm sure many of those Airbnb operators in downtown Halifax and in Mahone Bay and Lunenburg and Amherst and Sydney and Yarmouth and all over the province, many of them, I'm sure, are already getting bookings for next May, June, July, August, September, well into October as well. And that is healthy, and that's great, because that means that people are seeing the value of Nova Scotia. They want to come visit our province, and we all agree that that is an essential piece of our rural and urban economy, and it keeps so many people employed. I worked in tourism for many years. I know the member for Annapolis did. I know many of us, I'm sure, at some point in our lives worked in tourism. Exactly, one way or the other. We've all been there, and we know how important it is, and we know how much people who come to Nova Scotia love visiting here. That's why they come back every year. That's why they go home and tell their friends and family to come and visit us. So there's no doubt that that's a critical piece of the puzzle here, and a lot of those short-term rental operators are providing an important service to make that happen, because the motel and hotel industry, in many cases in rural Nova Scotia in particular, does not have the reach or the ability to invest millions of dollars to build a new hotel in a more remote or rural part of the province where there might only be demand a few months of the year. But the person who has a home there, or who has a family cottage, or any kind of a room, you know, in their house that maybe their son or daughter has moved out and they don't use that room anymore, that person doesn't need to invest millions of dollars to build a new hotel. They've got everything there, and so they just need to register and sign up and start booking guests, and that's wonderful. That's innovation. That's the whole point of new ideas and changing the way we do things. And I think it's been very productive and helpful, and I'm sure if we had a show of hands here, just about everybody in the legislature has stayed at a short-term rental at some point, whether it's in Nova Scotia or elsewhere. I'm sure the vast majority of us have done that because it's convenient and it's interesting and it's a nice way to travel. And so short-term rentals are here to stay. I would suggest, unless the government has some draconian legislation up their sleeves, which I'm sure they don't, they're here to stay. And so we need to look at the housing problem in our province holistically. We can't just take pot shots here and there, which is what I think this government is doing, unfortunately, on housing. It's a bit of a whack-a-mole approach. Oh, short-term rentals are kind of a hot topic. Let's tax them a little bit. The city, people don't like that it takes too long to build things in HRM, so let's come down heavy-handed and take all power. Let's do that. We think that, and so when you look at Clause 4 as the heart of this bill, I think it's another example, like I said, of the government seeing a shiny object when it comes to housing and trying to smack it down and get some good press. The illusion of action. Thank you, sir. That's what I think we see here once again. And we can make all the arguments we want on this legislation, and we have and we will. And the proof will be in the pudding. And we will see in a year, I think would be a reasonable time period. And I hope that the minister and his department will be able to commit to this for us, that in a year's time, after the 2024 tourism season has come and gone, we will be able to see the numbers. We'll be able to see the data that show us exactly how much money this registration tax has raised, where that money will go, and as we've argued, and I don't see any rationale for not doing this, that money, however much it is, whether it's 500 grand or 2 million, I really don't know, that money should absolutely be explicitly directed to affordable housing programs so that Nova Scotians who are struggling to put a roof over their heads see some benefit from this program, which otherwise there is absolutely no benefit to them as far as I can tell. And most important of all, we will need to know, and I hope that this information is made public on a yearly basis, we will need to know how many of the 6,000 short-term rentals that are commercial, that are used, that are rented more than 50% a year, how many of those 6,000 have moved out of the short-term rental market and moved in to the long-term rental market. That is by far the most important indicator or metric of success or failure of this program. There is no other metric that comes anywhere close to indicating whether or not this has been effective. I have my suspicions, as I've laid out, and as the leader of the official opposition laid out. I have my suspicions. I think the minister, to his credit on this point, also has made the argument that probably this won't move the needle very much in terms of converting short-term rentals to long-term rentals. And so the question is, well, why do it, I guess? Why do it at all? Why expend energy and investment and enforcement? I know that there's gonna be an enforcement discussion here on this bill as well. Why do all of those things? Why go through the trouble of shepherding this piece of legislation through the chamber here if we think the effect of it is going to be minimal to none? I don't know. Is it again, just to make a political point, to make a political argument, to find the shiny object that is occupying people's attention on housing at the moment and say, ooh, let's grab onto that, let's do something there so we can get some good press, so we can show that we're doing something. And again, if you really wanted to do something substantial on short-term rental and really move the needle, you would look at what BC is doing right now. Will that work? It's hard to say because that legislation is just going through their chamber as well. But they've decided, rather than a small tax, they are going to impose heavy fines, up to $3,000 a day for bylaw violations. And they're also going to say, you can only have a short-term rental within your principal residence, not for a second or third or fourth property. As I said earlier, is that the best way to do it? I don't know, but I do know that it's a more stringent and restrictive approach, and I think the likelihood of it reducing the number of short-term rentals is much higher than the half measure that we see here with this piece of legislation. And so, with all housing policy, I think it's a mistake, as this government has done on many occasions, to look at all of these things separately, to look at short-term rentals as a discrete piece of the pie, to look at municipal reform and bylaws and planning and zoning as a discrete piece of the pie, to look at affordable housing as a standalone thing that kind of needs to be addressed, to look at income assistance rates as a separate issue, because they're certainly not. As I've said in other debates, the biggest driver for housing insecurity, the two biggest drivers are income insecurity and lack of housing. So to pretend that those two things are anything other than deeply connected is to really miss the point. So to summarize, Madam Chair, my comments on this piece of legislation, and Clause 4 in particular, is that housing needs to be holistic. We need to have a thorough, far-reaching approach that recognizes how interconnected all of these issues are. So if you press a button here and you say, short-term rental operators, you're paying $3,600 a year. And you don't press the other button that says, affordable housing providers, here's a brand new fund, here's help meeting your affordable housing targets through expertise at the department and through funding and through staff and through all of these other avenues to allow our municipalities, in particular our smaller ones, build and maintain affordable housing for the residents of their municipality, then we are missing the point. And unfortunately, I see too often from this government on housing an idea that if you solve one small piece of the puzzle, that will have any impact on the bigger issue at hand. And I reject that notion. I think this clause is going to have very minimal effect. I hope that the minister will commit to releasing the data in a year's time so we can find out for sure if it will have any impact. I suspect it will not. And with that, Madam Chair, thank you very much.
I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to get up and give my brief comments on Clause 4 of this bill as well. And my understanding of Clause 4 is that it's going to require hosts of short-term rentals and operators to pay a registration fee that's yet to be determined based on their class of short-term rental that can range anywhere from $240 to $3,600. And which, again, off the top sounds like, okay, we're trying to incentivize or disincentivize, I guess, people from using short-term rentals and converting those over to long-term rentals to fix our housing problem, or one of the things that will help to fix the housing problem. One of the major concerns that I would have with this is with Clause 4 and the fee that's paid annually is how do we collect that? So what is the mechanism that we're going to put in place within Nova Scotia to collect this short-term rental fee? And what's the cost of collection? Is the cost of collecting this fee, because at the end of the day, we don't know what the total fees will be, but I'm assuming that we will have to find out somehow who all has a short-term rental in Nova Scotia. And I would think that that number is changing all the time. How do we work with the different platforms that are out there? So we've heard lots tonight about Airbnb, but what about a platform like VRBO? Vacation rental by owner. It's very popular among tourists. You can register with that platform. You can go all over the world. How are we going to work with those platforms like Airbnb or VRBO to provide us with the list annually of people in Nova Scotia that have short-term rentals? So then we're going to have to compare the list of people in Nova Scotia that have short-term rentals, and we're going to have to marry that up with whatever collection system we're doing. We already saw the development of the healthcare app cost the province $10 million. So what will the cost be to develop the systems to track all this data and put it all into one particular database so that we can provide it to the enforcement officers that we're going to talk about in Clause 5, so that they will know who to go after for collections. So for me, again, and I think in process and my training in the accounting field and working in different businesses, is that how are we going to track it? What's the cost benefit to the government and the taxpayers in Nova Scotia of doing this? Are we going to spend more annually to track? Because I did just some very quick math on this, and I see, based on the range, and you don't know where people will fall based on how they're determined, and that's another question that I'll talk about in a second, is how we determine what type of rental attracts which type of fee. A range of anywhere from $1 million to $21 million, approximately. Will operators be able to use their Nova Scotia Loyal points to pay for this tax? They buy a lot of blueberries and things, and they could then pick up points to pay their tax at, maybe, I'm assuming we use Access Nova Scotia. So there's a lot of unanswered questions for me. The devil is always in the details. We have a very small clause that we're dealing with here, 2 points to it, is that there will be a rate, and we know it's somewhere between $240 and $3,600. How many people will we have to hire to track the new registration fee? How will we maintain the table of how many classifications of host or short-term rental operator will be within the system? Will the hosts have to apply to be a minor host or a major host, if that's kind of the terms that we're using? What will the appeal process be for Airbnb or VRBO or other short-term rental partners to, if a person who has a short-term rental, will it be based on number of units? Will it be based on number of nights actually stayed in the unit? Will it be based on whether the unit's in your own home? Excuse me. So there's a lot of unanswered questions as to how we'll actually come about determining whether where you fit in the continuum of type of host from minor to major. And I would think the major host will pay the biggest registration fee. And we heard both the member for Bedford Basin and the leader of the opposition talk about that fee here in Metro, $3,600, being, you know, a week's rental maybe. But I would argue, the point that I would argue on this is, and again, we heard the member for Bedford Basin talk about economics. Well, anytime you get an additional cost as a business owner, the natural way to deal with that is to pass it on to the consumer. So when we talk about an incentive to convert the short-term rental to a long-term rental, there's really no incentive if the net effect on that person's revenue is zero. I said in a previous speech about something that 0 minus 0 is still 0. So at the end of the day, if the short-term rental owner simply passes that on to the consumer, then there's no effect. However, there is an effect, because that amount is being paid through to the government as a form of a tax. It's less money in the pockets of the other small businesses where the tourists or others are staying in an area. You know, we're encouraging in Nova Scotia staycations. Let's spend our money in our own province and let's help our small businesses improve their situation. Yet, in this case, based on Clause 4 of this bill, there's more money coming out of the pocket of that small business owner to the government for really, at the end of the day, time will tell. But on first blush at this, look at this, I can't see the incentive for a small business owner to switch over to a long-term rental. So money that someone may spend on a craft shop or souvenirs or deciding to go out to eat at a local restaurant or pub in that area, they may think twice about that because the extra cost that they have to pay to that business. I feel like royalty. So the extra cost that they have to pay to that business, so the disincentive, I guess, is really for the tourist operators and the small businesses who are catering to tourists. And we heard that in Airbnbs and in others, we certainly have a fairly short season in Nova Scotia, even though that shoulder season is growing. You know, where I come from in Cape Breton, we're still playing golf. Golf is still happening. I think this week might be, I've seen some of my friends post that this is their final golf game of the season. But can you imagine the effect that'll have on places like golf courses? You know, if we use Benyon, or we use Ingonish, or we use Inverness in Cape Breton, 3 areas, Seaview, Lingan. People will come to the island to play golf. And doing that, I'm sure Airbnbs are gaining lots and lots and lots of business based on that. So if you're operating a short-term rental, the fact that, you know, and you're booked up, your rental booking rate is 80 or 90%, a small registration fee is not going to change your idea because, you know, again, you can make a lot more money as an entrepreneur on a small rental than you can on a long-term rental. So the incentive, in my opinion, what's this going to do to the underground economy? This is going to increase. Because why would you pay $3,600 to register your Airbnb when you can, after you've built up a clientele, you can use word of mouth? And then there'll be zero revenue for the government because they'll lose all of the tax revenue to boot. That's something that I really think we should take a look at in this clause, because the idea, and I understand the idea behind the clause, is to ask people, or basically to kind of make people think that, well, maybe if I convert my short-term rental to a long-term rental, I'll have less fee to pay. But they might just say, well, I'm not going to pay the fee anyway because I'm simply upcharging my guests for that fee, or I'm going to take this thing off VRBO or off Airbnb and make it an undercover, to make it an undercover option. So that's another concern I have with the bill. You know, when we look at other jurisdictions, short-term rentals are a big part of the market in many locations. You think about, you know, Orlando in Florida. There's so many short-term rentals in there to stimulate their tourism economy. And we heard the member for Bedford Basin and the leader of the official opposition talk about the number of units that are required over time to meet the housing situation that we find ourselves in. We have students that are traveling hundreds of kilometers a day to get to classes. We have tent cities growing all across this province.
Order. I ask that you speak to Clause 4. I now recognize the member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I lost my train of thought. It actually went right off the tracks there. But if I look at Clause 4 of this bill, which tells us, again, that we're going to be charging a registration fee to, you know, I know it's over 6,000. I think the member from Bedford Basin quoted 8,700 or something like that units over. And I've already reiterated the total cost of 1.4, approximately to 21 million. And we know that this bill is slated to start in the next fiscal, which is, what quarter are we in now? We're in the third quarter. We only have 1 quarter left to this year, which is 3 months, which is not a lot of time to implement and get ready for a change of this magnitude. I would assume that the department is currently working on plans in place to implement this. But not seeing those or not having those causes great concern to us from the process side as to where we go when collecting this fee. Will we utilize a department or I guess you'd call it a place like Access Nova Scotia and I don't know if many of the members have been to Access Nova Scotia lately, but there are significant waits and times, and it's a very busy place, and they work extremely hard. So to add a collection on top of that would be a significant piece. So clause for
there is to be no eating in here. I recognize the honourable member for Northside West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So the idea behind Clause 4 of the of this bill is to change the behavior or change the livelihood, basically, of many organizations or individuals. So many individuals, we know that we are in a cost of living crisis. You know, and the government is doing some interesting things, like the new SWEET program, to help people raise, you know, a little more money to help them make ends meet. They're giving some loans to help move that along. And to me, when you look at that, that's an incentive. That's an incentive to create more housing in the province of Nova Scotia. If I'm going to get up to $25,000 in a loan to create more housing, that might be something that I might do. If I'm going to if I'm currently renting out an Airbnb in my basement I may not want, I may not want the issues that come with a long-term rental in my own home. I may not want to do that. With Airbnb or with a short-term rental, I can decide when and if I want to rent that space out. Going back to the clause, or not the clause, but going back to the clause of going back to the clause of charging that fee, finding out where I fit within that continuum of clause is going to be very important to me. If I look at, in Sydney Mines, for instance, where I live, if I decided to rent out my basement to Airbnb, I would have to look at the difference in revenue that I could make between just doing it long-term or doing it short-term. There's different risks associated with both ways of doing this. And one of the risks is not a small registration fee, in my opinion. With long-term rentals, I get into all kinds of tenancy stuff. I get into leases. I get into personalities amongst, if it's within my own home. I think it would be much different if a person has multiple properties outside of their own home. The risk on their personal side is less. But I don't think charging them a fee is going to change their mind on that. Because at the end of the day, as I said earlier, they're simply going to charge that to the consumer. Now, will that change the tourist numbers coming to Nova Scotia? I don't think so. But it'll be interesting to see what the tourism operators or the different areas that promote coming to an area will think about added fees. When we look at and I think I'll go back for a minute and look at the impact on the revenue stream on two different channels. One, we need to look at the revenue stream for the government, and two, we need to look at the revenue stream for the operators of short-term rentals and compare that with the improvement that we may or may not see in the number of long-term rentals that would be generated from imposing this registration fee. And I think if we look at the revenue impact, again, we're not 100% sure what the impact will be on the revenue side for the provincial government. And the reason we're not sure is because we don't know how much the revenue will be. Again, I've given a range of somewhere around $1 million to 21. It's a pretty big range. But that's an annual. That's an annual fee. But we need to look at what are the costs of maintaining this over time? And what will the penalties be if we don't pay? If the short-term renter or short-term operator doesn't pay, what are the penalties for that? I know when we get to Clause 5, we're going to talk about how the people are going to enforce that, but again, there's all kinds of added costs associated with this, and I'm trying to stay specifically on the collection of the registration fee. Are there some of the questions that I would have in this regard would be, are there any systems right now in the government departments that would tell us who has a short-term rental? Through Revenue Canada, people would be responsible for recording the revenue associated as a small business with what they are achieving. I'm assuming that they're getting monthly payments from places like Airbnb. I believe that's how it works, because when you book Airbnb, you book through the Airbnb site. They charge your credit card, and I'm assuming they pay the vendor minus any fees that they're charging. But does a company like Airbnb have an obligation to inform the government for Clause 4 how much, or if the person or persons is at, what is the obligation from a privacy standpoint of a third party to provide that information? Or is it based on the honor system? In Nova Scotia, I would think that most people are going to record their revenue properly, but I'm sure things like adding in a registration fee or adding in other miscellaneous fees will cause people to have a second look at whether they list their property or not. We heard the member for Bedford Basin talk about what's happening in BC right now, and they're taking a real strong approach to their fees and registration and fines and all of those types of things. I don't think we definitely want to go that far. And comparing, Nova Scotia's approach to BC's approach, it's two different environments. There's no question about that. But we know that the government, the current government, provincial government, loves to consult and find out what other jurisdictions are doing on things before they commit to implementing. So in this particular case, we haven't seen any information that would tell us that, okay, we've checked with our counterparts in Alberta, we checked in our counterparts in other parts of the provinces, and this is how they're tackling. We all want to see more housing in Nova Scotia. We know there is a way to do that, and that's build more houses. For me, again, and I've said this a lot of times in this chamber, I see this clause in particular as simply an illusion of action. Clause 4 says that we're going to charge short-term rentals, and the outcome that we're expecting or hoping from that is that we'll convert these short-term rentals into long-term rentals, which will help alleviate the housing shortage. That's the soundbite that gets applied to something like this. And when you actually dig under and get into the, well, there's not much here for us to dig into, but when you actually start to think and get the brain going on what is the possibility here, there's a lot more questions than answers, for me in particular, and for others that I've heard speak on this bill. The member for Bedford Basin quoted the housing needs assessment, and it's astronomical what is required in this province annually over the next number of years to meet the demand, to meet the demands that we're going to need to ensure that our population has the housing that they need, when they need it, and where they need it. We've scratched the bucket by some new housing units, which are welcome. Be interesting to see where those new units are going to be. Seeing real action versus something of this nature, and we heard others talk about this as well, you know, it's a shiny object, it gets a lot of attention in the news. Everybody talks about short-term rentals as being an issue. You know, people are converting their apartments into short-term rentals. Adding this small fee to it is not going to change their mind. They're converting over to short-term rentals because it's economically beneficial for them to do so. So, looking at Clause 4, we need more information, and we know that eventually this bill is going to pass, but we're hopeful that, you know, we're some of what we're saying is sinking in, because, you know, a lot of times, as I've said here before, 55 heads are better than one. Lots of people have ideas, and we don't care where they come from. But there's got to be a better way to change this behavior than add a registration fee of $240 to $3,600. You know, again, I want to go back to the cost-benefit analysis. Braden. I want to go back to the cost-benefit analysis of what Clause 4 will do for the province. On first blush, it's going to be cumbersome. There's a lot of what ifs and what fors and what haves and hows. As a, if I was a owner of a short-term rental, I would be wondering a lot of things. What does this mean for me? How much am I going to have to pay? And I think the member already indicated too that bookings would already be coming in for the time when this is going to be implemented. So people are going to need to, or they're not going to need to, they're going to want to change their fee structure. Because at the end of the day, they're going to want to remain revenue neutral. So back to the cost-benefit analysis of Clause 4, if we look at the cost side, as I've stated previously, there's going to be a cost of development. What will it cost to develop the system, to track, to communicate, to work with A, whoever's going to collect, and B, the organizations that represent these short-term units like Airbnb, like VRBO. What kind of legal challenges might we see on this registration fee? So when we think about this, and the more I think about this, the more cumbersome it appears, because we have short-term rentals across the entire province. So we have to devise a way to collect that from Sydney Mines to Yarmouth and all points in between. We're going to have to first rate the vendor. So is someone going to have to go to your home or your short-term rental with a set of criteria that says, based on your rental, you are, based on your number, like what is the basis that you are a $360 a year registration, or you're a $3,600 a year registration. So again, the devil's in the details. So it's almost like another form of property assessment. Are we going to use the municipalities to collect this through their tax system? Will this be another flow-through cost? So if you have a rental property, will there simply be a line item on your rental property, like your water and sewer charge, that is for short-term rental? And how do you let the municipality know that something has changed? So you're not renting short-term anymore? Or would it be based on the number of rental nights? Will the short-term rental operator be required to submit a report that will indicate how many rental nights they have? And I'm sure that we've thought about this in the department, of course, how we're going to, how we're going to collect it, how we're going to rate people. We've seen the turmoil that housing assessments cause. In my office, I deal with a lot, especially when the assessments come out, of people who are saying, where does this number come from? And under housing assessments, there's a very clear appeal process. It's right on the form. So I'm assuming that the short-term operator will get some sort of a assessment that says, under clause 4, you're responsible to pay this registration fee because you fit in level whatever on the system. Here's the mechanism that you have to refute that information. So, do we have, I think we outsource the property tax stuff now. Will we outsource, will the same, and again, separation of duties would tell you that you can't have the same people enforcing as you have collecting. And you can't have the same people determining what the fee is going to be that are responsible to enforce and collect. So I'll be interested to see those details when they come out. I'm assuming that all of this information will be held in the regulations. As previously stated, this is scheduled to be implemented in the next fiscal, which is 1 quarter away, a quarter and a month away. I don't know, unless this has been worked on for months, I don't see how we're going to pull this off by April. Will there be some sort of grace period? Has any communication been sent out to ratepayers, or not ratepayers, to short-term rental owners? Has any communication happened? Has any consultation happened? Clause 4 of this bill will cause either a minor or a major fee to be paid by that owner. The other thing that we have to look at when we talk about the cost benefit on this is that it's a cost to the small business owner, so it's a write-off on their taxes. So what's the net revenue to the provincial government of collecting this fee when they're taking it with the left hand and then giving it back, or portions of it back, with the other hand? That's just one part. And then when you add in all of the costs, if you look at the average, an average employee is probably 50, 60 grand. Add Merck on top of that, you're up around 65, 70,000. And you need them, you need these individuals regionally. So there's at least, we're going to balloon the population of our government unless we're going to expect current employees to do more. We've all heard the term do more with less. Like I said, one of the big concerns for me is that there's got to be a better way to disincentivize those short-term owners than a small fee like this. Make it significant. If you're going to do it right, and put a fee in place that will, better still, come up with some sort of benefit plan that will say, if you convert, you know, here's an idea. We're mothballing now, spitballing. I want to mothball this clause and spitball a new one. But maybe to say, if you convert, kind of like you've done with the MOST program, if you convert your short-term rental to a long-term rental, we will give you a reprieve on your provincial income taxes for a period of time. Maybe it's 5 years. Now that would be an incentive to switch. Especially if it's on the rental piece. And, you know, somebody who owns multiple short-term rentals certainly might look at that and say, wow, what an opportunity here for me to avoid provincial income taxes on a significant portion of my income for a period of time. But adding a fee that equates to a night or up to a week of rentals out of a 52-week year, when all the short-term rental owner is going to do is add the fee on to the cost to the consumer, we're really defeating the purpose, and we're affecting our economy. What an opportunity. You talk about an opportunity to increase housing. If you convert a large portion of short-term rentals by giving an income tax break, and then add another incentive, a similar incentive, to people who add units for long-term rentals. There is a way to improve the housing situation. That's not an illusion of action. That is real action that would improve the situation that we find ourselves in. I think we could, it would be interesting to compare the difference between paying a fee and giving a break at taxes and see what the uptake would be. I guarantee you that there'd be a much bigger uptake on conversion if people got a significant benefit for doing so. And if I look at the, you know, right away, I know all the wheels are turning, thinking, oh my God, if we reduced income taxes on those things, what a loss of revenue would be. But if we compare the costs associated with implementing a program like this compared to the benefits of collecting the small tax from Clause 4, I bet you they would come close to netting out. And there would be less. You can tie it into building affordable housing. You can tie it into certain criteria. You could give a longer term if people built in areas or converted in areas that had the greatest need. Those types of things are thinking outside the box. And when we get all of us together in a room or a portion of different parties together to tackle some of the tough ideas and tough situations that we're facing in our community today, I think that's the way to do it. Do you think I really want to stand up here and talk for an hour about why it's a bad bill? I'd rather spend that hour in a room out there with 3 or 4 others coming up with solutions. And talking about these solutions, Clause 4 is not one of them. And I know I know the government needed something to show that there's some action happening and that we're moving this file, you know, more housing faster and all of these cliches that we hear about. But some real action to move the needle on housing could be accomplished by scrapping this bill and coming up with a program to provide tax incentives for average, everyday Nova Scotians who are trying to make ends meet by renting out a portion of their home or a portion of another property that they've been picked up over time. What a way to say, thank you for doing that. Thank you for improving tourism. Thank you for all of those things. But we need you to switch gears. And, you know, maybe it's for a period of time and then they can go back to short-term rentals. But that would give the government a period of time to build the necessary units or to help come up with other incentives for developers to build those necessary units that we need in this province to deal with the situation that we currently find us in. You know, when I walk down to this legislature every day and I pass all of the tents and parades in the square, when I hear stories of students traveling from 400 kilometers to go to school to better themselves, I look at Clause 4 and I think that's not the way to solve that. It's not even going to even remotely help. I look at Clause 4 as a bureaucratic, cumbersome, difficult thing to implement for the employees of the Nova Scotia government, B, for the owners of short-term rentals in Nova Scotia, C, for the tourists that are going to be affected by the increased rates to short-term rentals, when I don't know if you've tried to get a hotel in Halifax lately, but it's almost impossible. Short-term rentals serve a purpose in particular markets, and charging a minimal nominal fee from Clause 4 is not going to solve the problem. And in this period of time, I spent the first chunk of my time talking about why I think Clause 4 is bad. But I think what we should do more of is provide solutions. And I think I've talked about some ideas that the government could implement to improve housing in Nova Scotia that are already, we won't have to build the systems to do them. Income tax system's already there. Just create a new tax break, a new tax break. That's all we have to do, a new line on your income taxes. You tell Quick Tax and they implement it right away, and away you go, small tax for businesses. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your indulgence with Clause 4, and with that, I will take my seat.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Armdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I take my seat to stand here tonight to talk about Bill 320, Clause number 4. I have no reason to stand here and to speak 1 hour for this bill, as members of my colleagues have done it, and I'm sure there is many to come to speak this bill, specifically this clause, which I do believe it's a very important clause in this bill in many reasons and many aspects. For me, I think my biggest concern is, I could say this, we're blessed living in a province that claims, as our plate number states, we have a beautiful province. Because of that reason, we've been recognized, and Nova Scotia is a tourist destination. And it has been talked about earlier. We've seen a tourist ship still here, the beginning of November. And they came here for a reason. And I really believe this clause will have a huge effect for our province, specifically for our tourists who are coming here and to enjoy this beautiful province called Nova Scotia. And I wonder sometimes, we as elected officials, being in this house, spending all these hours, and expected to create solutions that will benefit our province. But I see this bill, specifically this clause, it's a reverse. It's the other way around. And every time a member of the opposition speaks, I find out there is a solution here. And I can say, to mention the last solution, the last idea, my colleague put in the table, which is, if, for the sake of argument, the idea and the purpose of this bill and this clause is to generate and to create more housing, wouldn't be a great idea in a state of punishing those who create business, their families, and their livelihood, to have a better life? And instead of saying, you know what, you make more money and you're doing well, because of this reason, we're going to tax you more. Why don't we accept this idea? To give people incentive if they have a space that they can actually afford, and to give people a place to live and to create more housing for our people. Wouldn't be that a better idea? I wonder sometimes how we miss things. The other things actually that I'm surprised is, sitting this side of the house, I've been hearing liberal carbon tax. What should I call this? What should I call this? This clause, number 4, is a taxi grab. And I'm not sure if it's a parliamentarian to say conservative tax, progressive tax. And quite honest, sometimes I actually confuse the differences of the names, because there is a very simple concept, and I'm sure somebody will correct me. They say if it talks like a duck, it looks a duck. If it walks like a duck, it's a duck. So I don't know what difference will make, whether you call PC or you call conservative. So, but the point is, what we call this tax, let's give a name. And that's my concern. And quite honest, this is not solution for housing. This idea of let's collect more money for people is not a solution. I will prefer to see this House to be unified and to come together, as we did before, when we have crisis. And it was one of those things that, being first time elected in this House, when we have all-party committees, I remember the day that we passed bills unanimously. We know we have a housing crisis, and this affects every single corner of this province. Who can have this leadership, who can unite all of us and to create all committee party who can come up a solution for the housing crisis? And I can see here, this clause doesn't allow that to happen, because the decisions have already been made. But also I'm optimistic. I really believe still we have a time. The bill hasn't passed yet, and that's why we're having this discussion, and that's why we're having this debate. A lot of questions come out tonight for this clause. Who will monitor this? Are we going to create a provincial police task who will collect this tax? Who will make those decisions? Who will pay and how much? There's so much questions that are unanswered for this clause number 4. And I really believe it's worthwhile to have those debates and those discussions in order to have a clear point of view, the purpose and the benefit of this clause number 4. And it's important those questions to be answered. Who will make those decisions? How are we going to calculate? For the sake of argument, if I'm one of those people who are short-term renters, if I have a dispute, whoever gonna make the decision how much I should pay? What is my mechanism to challenge that? And who will make that decision? It's my belief there is a lot of unanswered questions for this clause. And it will be wonderful, might be the third reading if the minister, I'm sure he's taken a note, the concern of this clause, and I'm hoping he will have some answer and some clarifications. What is the benefit? Earlier, my colleague talked about what's available in the market, and he mentioned roughly 6,000 of them. And those 6,000 short-term renters, how many are actually willing to give up because of these new taxations? And what that will look like. The other things that we have to be mindful is those individuals who are short-term renters, their space has expenses. They don't just open the door and say, yeah, come here, we're gonna charge you $300. The place has to be presentable. And if for some reason we don't see the expenses of these people and what makes them to make their property presentable and available, and on top of that, we're saying we're charging you a tax. On top of that, how much that taxation is not even clear. Do I have only 2 bedrooms to offer? Do I have 5 bedrooms? Do I have only 1 bedroom? And who's going to make that decision? And who will be that task force that will come to my house every 6 months, because my life can change? Let's say, for the sake of argument, if I have 3 bedrooms available and one of my children come back and 1 bedroom is not available anymore, and somebody show up here 6 months ago and said, yeah, you have 3 bedroom, we'll charge you this much. Is that person going to come back and say, yeah, you lost 1 bedroom, now we're charging you only 2 bedroom? I really believe all those questions is fair questions to be asked. And the public deserve to have clarifications before we pass this bill. I know this bill will pass. But I'm standing here on behalf of the Nova Scotians to ask questions that are not being unanswered. And they deserve to have an answer. Did anybody knows how this will affect our tourists? We're just come out almost 3 years of pandemic. Those individuals have suffered last 3 years not having anybody to benefit their properties or to rent their short-term rent. This is the first year that we've seen the rise of people coming back to Nova Scotia. Is it beneficiary to shut down the door again and to say, yeah, we don't have enough place to accommodate you? Is that wise? Is that a business plan that we've been elected to lead this province? I really believe it's worthwhile to debate this clause number 4. And this unnecessarily tax burden that we are putting members of our communities. And quite honest, you know, we know short-term renters in this province, they live every single constituency, every single corner. So if you think this will affect HRM, I think you're wrong. Every neighborhood, I guarantee you, there's the people who live, who have a short-term renters. And we need to be mindful. Those are members of our constituents, members of people of this province. Quite honest, also, these people have an impact for our province in terms of tourists, in terms of accommodation, in terms of welcoming people. You see very often when you meet people, and one of the ways that they describe Nova Scotians are nice people, very welcoming. And welcoming is not only they come to the province, but also where they've been hosted and how they've been treated and how they've been welcomed. So all these things are connected to each other. And I really believe we have to be mindful the actions that we're taking and the decisions that we're making that could have a huge impact for our province, specifically when it comes to tourists, because that is one of our bread and butter. And we have to be mindful, anything that could have an impact, anything that could have a ripple effect, to do our best to avoid. Mr. Chair, I believe this clause, number 4, it's worthwhile to debate. And to look all these concerns and questions that been arise for many members of the opposition. The idea is not to oppose this bill. The idea is to improve this bill. And those questions and those concerns being raised, it's my belief will make this bill a better bill for our province and our people. Specifically, clause number 4, because now we're talking about money. We're talking about financial. We're talking about taxation. How much should we tax the people? Every step. You tell me, are we elected just collect the money and just keep charging people for tax? What we offer for them? And what's the reason they paying all this money? As my colleague have mentioned, we could have an ideas and a better solutions. And I actually like the idea of give people incentive. And instead of asking to pay more tax, actually give incentive and to say, you know what? If you converted your short-term rent a long-term rent, you don't have to pay provincial tax. That's the win-win. That is a win-win. And that is a solution. If the idea is to create more affordable housing, if the idea is to create more long-term rent, if the idea is based on having homeless people in our streets and our neighborhoods, that is the idea. Give people incentive, and you will see what happens. Because we know our people are caring people. We know Nova Scotians care. They look after each other. And if we look this clause, instead of asking to pay taxes, but to offer not to pay taxes, we will see the outcome, because people care. People care. Having said that, relationship is not a one-way, it's a two-way street. And if our people care, we have to show we care about them. And we have to offer something that makes them we care. And what it is, let's remove the provincial tax. Anybody who offer his or her property as a long-term place so that another Nova Scotians could have a roof over their head. That is a win-win. That is a solution. That is a true Nova Scotian. And I really believe we could do that. We could do that. I'm sure because of the crisis that we have as a province of homelessness, housing crisis, sometimes puts us at a very a desperate situation. And because of the condition we are, sometimes we rush things without thinking through and looking deep how this will have an effect for our communities and people of our province. I believe this clause, number 4, will not do any good things for our province and will not change the housing crisis because it has a lot of flaws, a lot of unanswered questions, a lot of debatable issues, a lot of unknown issues. To name few, who's going to make the decisions of collecting of this money? How often these people will knock other people's door? And will they have a permission to come and check how many bathrooms I have in my house? Or they just going to knock the door and say, yeah, I'm here to collect provincial tax because you have a 3-bedroom that is available? Who will make that decision? And how many people we need, the entire province, to hire? And what is the cost of these people? Are they full-time, part-time, or we're going to give this responsibility one of our friends to say, yeah, you have a contract here, collected this tax. Kumbaya, we create job for you. All these questions need to be answered because if we make this decision to collect this money, somebody have to do it. Somebody have to monitor. Somebody have to make a decision. Somebody have to be a judge if there is a dispute. Somebody have to take that responsibility. We know collecting tax is not easy because people are smart and they have so many ways they can go around. Is that what we need to create? People to figure out how to not make contribution? There's so many ways that we can afford. Mr. Chair, I believe this clause has a lot of questions that are being unanswered. And we sit this House to debate, to ask questions, to figure out what is the best interest for our province. You know, sometimes it may not be comfortable, you know, individuals standing here and speaking an hour for a bill or a closet. But I really believe it's the right things to do it because there's so many unanswered questions. We know, and we debate this House, many other reasons, rightly so, to not ask people to pay more taxes, to avoid, to create burden for our societies and our members of our communities. And here we are, we go around debating tonight here to charge more tax for people without even knowing for what reason, without even knowing The reason we think may have a solution if this actually will have an impact and people, because of this, people will make a decision to say, yeah, you know what, if you're charging me tax from now on, I'm gonna convert my property to long-term rent, and that will be a solution. I doubt it. I doubt it. And the history tells us that it will be consumers who will pay this tax. It will be the tourists who will pay this tax. And more tax we charge, less people to come to Nova Scotia. The more tax we charge, less income that we collect for the tourists, specifically for our businesses. And when you're talking about tourists, you're talking about every aspect of life, whether it's a coffee shop, a restaurant, a hotel, a car, you name it. I can go the list on and on and on. And you talk about the tourists, sometimes they come one corner of the province and they end up the other corner of the province, travel. They may land at Yarmouth for a ferry and travel all the way to Sydney, Cape Breton. And all those people, all those tourists will have a ripple effect all that way that they travel Nova Scotia. Whether they have a cup of coffee, cup of tea, and this will have a ripple effect if we're charging people more tax, specifically this clause number 4. And I don't have all the notes, but I'm sure there's so many questions being asked tonight. And I'll be more than happy to hear it, the minister, to respond and to answer some of those questions, which I do believe they are all legit, they are reasonable, and all of them are worthwhile to clarify. And specifically, collecting money is not easy. Collecting tax is not easy. Earlier, it was mentioned, I'm not sure if the province has this ability to collect this tax. I'm not sure if we have these forces. Are we going to ask the municipalities to collect this money? And what that look like? And what form this collection will come up? Mr. Chair, this clause number 4 of charging people extra tax of their short-term rental space is unhealthy. It will not have any benefit. It will not create any housing solution. It will not benefit for the people of this province, but will have, contrary to actually have a big damage for our tourists and our finances. Let's use this idea of giving people incentive. And earlier, it has been mentioned, there's only 6,000 short-term rent that's available in the entire province. I'm sure we have a lot of good accountants in this house, and one of them will be my colleague. What is the cost if we give those individuals $6,000, a tax incentive for this, the provincial tax incentive? And what is the gain? I'm a believer it's way, way better than charging people this tax. As stated in Clause 4, those individuals will be charged tax according to their unit. And also, funny thing is, as is stated here, nobody even knows, the differences and who's paying what and how much. It's not even clear how we're going to charge this tax and who's paying what. Because people's house is different. The location is different. Even the bathrooms are different. Because all the houses are not same. It was not built the same design. They're not located same location. One could be in front of the beach. One could be the middle of Halifax. And who makes that decision? And which one has the more value than the other? Let's say, for the sake of argument, one of them is downtown Halifax. Downtown Halifax has his own flavor, incentive, beauty, but also, if it's located Cape Breton, front of the beach, how you value that? Which space should be charged more or less? It will be great, and I really believe we will not have this debate and this discussion tonight. And this many questions, if this clause was not here, clause number 4, and we could have something completely different, and I'm for. Definitely, we need more housing. Definitely, we need to shelter people. It's unfair members of this province to sleep tent, and we say it's okay. Yeah, we don't have somewhere for you. But how to do it? This is the discussion that we need to have it. Our differences is how to do it. And I really believe clause number 4 is not a solution. It's actually burden, and it will harm for our tourists. It will harm our people, specifically those who are just trying to make the day. We know for the fact we all like to have a comfortable life. Nobody want to bring their house strangers. Nobody. We know. The people who's doing it, there is a reason in it. And we need to acknowledge that. And this clause number 4, will not do any good for those people. It will not help our economic. It will not help our province. And quite honest, I'm not sure if I missed earlier, for the sake of argument, even if these people that was estimated earlier, 6,000 of them, if they say, yeah, we're paying this tax, come collect, how much is? And how much impact that could have our finance? And how that will create more housing? Because if they say, yeah, I'm willing to pay, charge me, come in, and where is the solution of creating more long-term rent? So in other words, what I'm trying to say here is, even if people say, yeah, I'm willing to pay this, is the solution was just to collect the money or to create more long-term rent space? Which one? Yeah, I need somebody to give me an answer. Which one? Yeah, just for the sake of argument, everybody, this 6,000 unit, people who own, they say, you know what? Yeah, come in. Here's my tax. See you. Where's the housing crisis solution? We just collect more money. And funny enough, nothing has been mentioned where this money will go. Who's going to benefit? What department is responsible? Can the minister say, yeah, if we collected that money, I'm going to build new houses? A public housing. I'd like to hear that answer. Because if that's the case, yeah, let's do it. What department will, which department this money will go? And how they going to monitor and how they going to use this money? Because it's a tax. But we know every other tax, where they go and where they belong. Mr. Chair, I believe this clause and this new tax is worthwhile to debate it. It's worthwhile those questions that has been asked to be answered. It's worthwhile to challenge. And also, I'd like to see how the collection will take place, who will monitor, who will be responsible. And how many people can actually do this job? How they will calculate, and if there is a dispute, who will make the judgment? Is the people who will go the court? Is those departments ready for this kind of dispute? And Mr. Chair, I believe we need to look back this clause, and we have to thinking about through and have some answer those questions that has been raised here tonight in this House. I'm sure there is other members who are interested to speak this clause. And that's why, in my perspective, you see everybody's eager to speak this clause. You know, it was not my intention to speak tonight, but I do have a concern, and my concern is the well-being and the future of this province, specifically when it comes to tourist industry. We just come out 3 years of pandemic. This is the first time people feel we got back life. We still, you know, have life. This is the first year people actually coming to Nova Scotia and to enjoy this beautiful province. And I do have a concern that this clause may have an effect for the tourist industry and those business communities who benefit this tourist who come to this province. And quite honest, as I said earlier, I know this for the fact. Our tourists don't come here just airplane and land at Halifax and fly back, no. They go in the valleys, they go Cape Breton, they go all the way to Yarmouth and all around. Those small towns and small roads, they travel because sometimes when you look at this province and the beauty of this province, it's hard to pick and choose which place you should stop and which place you should pass by. Very hard. So I really believe the clause number 4 will have an effect because at the end of the day, people have to pay. And the more you squeeze, the more they run away. The more you become greedy, the more you lose. So let's sit back and be mindful the decisions that we're making, specifically this bill 320, specifically clause number 4, of collecting new taxes and asking people to pay more, because more will never be better. Let's sit back and answer those questions. Let's sit back and go through this bill, specifically this clause, and let's come up a better idea. And we have one of them tonight here. Give a free tax for the purpose of incentive and goodwill. If the intention is to create more long-term rent space, if the intention is to create and to relieve more housing crisis, if the intention is people share spaces, if that's the intention, clause number 4 will not do any good. Because we're asking people to pay more money that we don't actually know if they have it or not. That's actually one thing, actually, you know, that we're not sure even if these people can afford this, if they can do this or not. But let's assume the intention is to create more space long-term rent. Let's assume the idea is help Nova Scotians. Let's assume this will have an impact. And if that is the goal, I hope those questions will be answered. I hope this debate will be allowed and to continue, because the more we debate, the more we talk about, the more we discuss, solutions will come out. And those are the things that I'm optimistic, because one thing that I learned, my colleague tonight, the idea of giving people incentive instead of asking this tax that clause number 4 indicates is way better than and this actually will create more space, because you know what? As I said earlier, Nova Scotians cares. They care. But also, we have to show we care about them. Instead of asking to pay more tax, we're going to offer to not pay provincial tax in order them to offer their space and their houses with their fellow Nova Scotians and to welcome their houses. That will make a big difference. That is the solution. Mr. Chair, this clause has a lot of unanswered questions, and I will be more than happy to hear those answers and how we can look and figure out what are the best ways that we can satisfy each other in order this bill to be acceptable for Nova Scotians. Because right now, it's not. If we as the elected officials, MLAs, will not agree and having this late debates, hours of hours, this clause number 4, what are you expecting the rest of the Nova Scotians? Tell me. So I really believe we should continue this debate, but also look these questions deeply and to answer these questions, because ultimately, if we were able to answer these questions and satisfy each other, we will have a bill that will be beneficiary for the Nova Scotians. It's my belief.
Order.
I will not be.
Excuse me, order. There's quite a bit of chatter in the chambers, and I would just invite people to step outside if they would like to continue their conversations. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Armdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I haven't lost my thought. I think it's worthwhile to answer all those questions and listen to each other. But also, let's come up new solutions, new ideas, new ways that we can have a solution to this crisis that in front of us, that we see members of our community living in the streets in this difficult time, specifically winter is coming, and it makes me sad to see, we're okay with to see and pass by every corner of this province, seeing people living in tents. And we normalize that and we say it's okay. And we've been elected to have solutions in this province. And here we have, in order us to have a solution for the housing crisis, the best idea that we come up was, yeah, we're going to charge you more taxes. Yeah, we're going to charge you more taxes. But we never ask where and how. And who's going to monitor this? And who's paying what? And how much? I would like to know somebody to tell me how much this will cost the province. Yeah, we know, actually, we can figure out actually how much we can collect because we know the 6,000 units available. And we have roughly, the highest to the lowest, and we can capture somewhere in the middle how much we can charge. We can figure out tonight, right here, how much we can collect. There you go. Somebody just already figured out $10 million. And that's actually roughly. Yeah. How much is it going to cost us? Who knows? Yeah, we collected $10,000, roughly, give and take. How much is it going to cost us? Are we going to create the whole department? Are we going to create the provincial police department? And we're not talking about only one city. We're talking about the entire province. Who are we going to hire? Those people will have a salary. They will have a benefit. Will they have a pension? Will they have, uniform? Yeah. What's the benefits? And how many of them? 20? How are they going to go one corner of the province to the other corner? Yeah, actually, I remember I used to see, what was that truck called? Nova Scotia Loyal. I quite honest, I wonder. I wonder sometimes if we miss the boat. And I see actually this house very often, actually, we miss the boat. Yeah, so I'm sure people are listening, and they may not agree with me everything that I said, but I'm sure somebody out there is listening. I beg you to figure out, and I ask you to find out how much this will cost the province. Yeah, and that person, I will admire you to do that because it's very important. So we could not have this debate of this clause, this bill, because all those questions are legit and are very important questions to answer. Otherwise, we're just putting our head in the sand and hoping, yeah, we come up with the best idea for our housing crisis. And what we did, we charged people more taxes. And how much we collected? Kumbaya. We have it. You know, is it 10,000? 10,000 minus 10,000 equal 0. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping this debate will continue. I'm hoping the minister and his staff have been taking a note in this late debate, in this discussion, and I hope they will have the answer, the members of this opposition, for the best interest of Nova Scotians. And I hope that is the case, and I take my seat.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to rise on Clause 4 of Bill 320, the Tourist Accommodation Registration Act. And as you have heard from my colleagues this evening, this clause is really the crux of the matter. This is the clause where the rubber hits the road. This is where the dollars lie and really underpins the bill and many of the concerns that we've raised. So with Clause 4 and what we've heard from the minister, it really underscores the problem with this bill overall. This goes back to the lack of a housing plan that would inform a bill like this, and obviously Clause 4 and the financial implications of it. But what we've learned about Clause 4 is the lack of information around it, and it points back to the idea that we don't have a housing plan and we don't have any goals. So that when we talk about how much money is this bill through Clause 4 going to raise, we don't have any answers because it's not underpinned by a plan. We have no idea of the impact on the housing stock that this bill with Clause 4, how it would change the housing stock. And again, because we don't have really any idea what we're trying to do with this bill. It is not part of a housing plan that is raising funds, is spending funds, is creating units, is opening up units. Normally, when a government undertakes significant policy direction, putting ideas to work, it's done in a context of information and a plan. We don't have a housing plan. We have no idea what the goal of this piece of legislation is. Are we going to raise X amount of dollars, and what are we going to do with that? Will money raised from this go towards housing, or will it go towards additional civil servants to administer the act? How many units will this create? We've heard the minister suggest that it's worth doing this even if we create one more unit. Well, that's quite a cost to take $10 million out of our tourism sector to create one more unit. So I think it's reasonable for us and for Nova Scotians to have some analysis behind a bill like this, a bill that through Clause 4 is going to raise a significant amount of dollars, and it's going to raise that off a tourism sector that's important to the province. It's important to many entrepreneurs that have invested their life savings in a business, in the tourism sector, or in a piece of real estate. But here, we have no analysis behind this bill, Clause 4, and the intentions that we have heard about in terms of charging between $240 and $3,600 per unit. Even those numbers and how they have been presented seem so arbitrary. It seems as though they were picked out of thin air, and there's no one has been able to explain why $240, why $3,600, how that is going to be determined with over 6,000 units. So again, where's the analysis? How is this fitting into a housing plan that gives Nova Scotians any confidence that we are just throwing spaghetti at the wall? So let's talk a little bit about tax. So if we, through Clause 4, apply this tax, it's actually the third tax on that Airbnb unit. Because when we rent the Airbnb unit, we pay HST. So 10% of that unit's costs are going directly to the province's coffers. Then, the owner of the Airbnb has to pay income tax on the rental income from the Airbnb. So the government is rewarded with personal income taxes from that Airbnb. So now the government, through Clause 4, is saying now we're going to take a registration fee. So 3 taxes, in fact, some would say a tax on a tax on a tax. It's not quite that, but it's 3 taxes for one thing that is being offered, a room, a house for the night. So this is where conservatives across the country say we are overtaxed. And here we have a government that is bringing in a brand new tax creating one more tax without any plan, any real idea of why they're needing to raise revenue and what they're going to do with that revenue. We propose that the revenue that would be the outcome of Clause 4 should be used for affordable housing. That amendment, I believe, was defeated. So what are we doing? Do we have any idea how many units might come on the market? No. Does the province need additional tax revenue? Or are we overtaxed? Let's think about that. This government took in $1.2 billion more in personal income taxes last year. $1.2 billion. The government took in $500 million more in HST than expected. So Nova Scotians, I think, now have to begin to ask themselves, are we being overtaxed by this government? And now the government is introducing a brand new tax without any plan behind it, without any numbers behind it, without any thought behind it. And they can't tell us where they're going to use this money. So I think Nova Scotians deserve to know why tax is involved, additional taxes are being involved as a tool to create more housing when government can't connect those taxes to more housing. And not only do we have a Conservative government raising and creating new taxes, clearly, and my colleagues have made this point, clearly FTEs, new additional civil servants, are going to need to be hired to administer this new tax outlined in Clause 4. In fact, Clause 5, which we will get to, has strong indications that we're going to have a strike force of civil servants to enforce the collection of the taxes outlined in Clause 4. So in fact, and we've thrown around the number of 10 million, nobody really seems to know, that's $1,800 per year for each of 6,000 units. But that's really just a shot in the dark. It could be 5 million, it could be more than 10 million. But the government doesn't seem to be able to know or tell Nova Scotians and the Airbnb owners how much this is going to cost, how much money is going to be raised, and what they're going to do with it, other than hiring more civil servants. So we have a Conservative government raising taxes and making government bigger. Doesn't quite ring true to what most people understand Conservative governments are about. Let's talk a little bit about what other jurisdictions. Well, no, I want to go back to one other item with respect to how does a bill like this, with Clause 4 raising this amount of money, happen without any consultation? I think it's fair for Nova Scotians to say, you're going to bring in a new tax, let's have a conversation. Let's meet and discuss with tourism operators, with Airbnb operators, what the impact of this will be. So no consultation. We just show up at the legislature one day, and in 3 days we've got 12 bills thrown at the wall like a big pot of spaghetti. See what sticks. But really, no thought, no consultation, no facts behind what we're doing here. The other thing that is very difficult to understand in the structure of this bill, and particularly subclause 2, they talk about different classes. And clause 2 talks about different classes and pricing of this tax can be changed for any attribute, quality, characteristic, or location. Now, if that doesn't sound cumbersome, I don't know what is. The government's intention seems to be that they are going to look at every Airbnb unit in the province, evaluate the quality, what attributes they have. Maybe they've got a view, maybe they've got a gym in the basement, the characteristics. Quiet rural setting with beautiful trees outside. Let's give it a point here. The location on a beach or in the top floor of an apartment building overlooking the harbor. The government seems to anticipate through subclause 2 of clause 4 that they are going to evaluate and come up with a number between 240 and 3,600 for 6,000 Airbnb units in the province. It's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous scheme outlined in clause 4. You've come to my Airbnb and you say, Mr. MLA from King South, you've got an Airbnb and we think yours is going to be $1,952 a year. And I say, I don't agree. I'm going to have to fill out a form, and get an appeal. What's the appeal process? How is this government going to utilize what's written in clause 4, that you're going to set a different price for effectively every Airbnb in the province? Frankly, ill-conceived and a ridiculous proposal. One would have thought, when government looked at trying to deal with the housing crisis, instead of moving to a heavy-handed tax, a cumbersome, complicated tax system that would increase FTEs, that they would look at other jurisdictions, because this is not an uncommon problem. Cities, in particular, have been wrestling with this issue of how Airbnb has put pressure, particularly on the urban cities and the larger urban cities that are major tourism destinations around the world. None of them that I could find introduced anything as cumbersome as Clause 4, looking at the individual attributes of every Airbnb in the province. New York effectively banned Airbnbs. Santa Monica got rid of 80% of the Airbnbs by creating rules that required anyone renting for 30 days or less must live on the property. San Francisco brought in a law that you can only rent out your residence for 90 days per year. So you have to live in it for 270 days, and you can only rent it for 90 days per year. There's 3 examples of cities that were looking at the same problem that this government was looking at and came up with a policy solution that was far more manageable to introduce and enforce, and given Santa Monica's success of 80%, far more successful as a policy idea to open up more units in their downtown core. So again, one really has to question the research and the thoughtfulness of what went into this bill, and using the heavy-handedness of tax in Clause 4 to help create more housing units. The government's been unable to demonstrate any facts that by applying this fee, this registration fee, as the third tax on this Airbnb unit, provided no evidence that this will actually create more units. The other issue that I think needs to be examined on any kind of approach in terms of opening up Airbnb to long-term rentals is to examine what's going on province-wide. There are some areas of our province where we do not have enough hotel rooms. And Airbnbs have been helpful in opening up quality accommodations for tourism in rural Nova Scotia. Will putting an additional tax out there actually put those units on the market in rural Nova Scotia? I think that remains questionable. And do we really want to? The other point, which was made by one of my colleagues, again, and this is concerning. The Minister of Housing is also the Minister of Municipal Affairs. And what have municipalities been asking for? municipalities and B&Bs in small communities around the province have been asking for the ability for commercial taxes to go on long-term Airbnbs, to create a more even playing field with respect to the B&Bs. They're paying commercial taxes, I believe, if they have over 4 rooms, well, at least in my home community. It may be different in other communities. So if the government was really focused on using taxes as a policy tool to move the needle with respect to housing accessibility, one would have thought that the policy idea presented by municipalities might be where the government would look first. Instead, the government has come up with an idea that we've not seen used anywhere else, has no fact or evidence behind that idea, has, as I've stated, no indication of what the goal is. We know the minister wants to at least create 1 more housing unit, but clearly, if you're going to go out and create dozens or several additional FTEs in government and create a tax system and an appeal system, you would think that you would look at the most cost-effective way to use taxes and move the needle and address some of the other issues that are associated with Airbnbs. And the municipalities and our regular B&B businesses, have reason to sort of say, maybe we should look at something that would allow municipalities some more tax revenue and even the playing field. And again, you leave it up to the individual municipalities to make decisions in their community about how they want to treat Airbnbs with respect to the more traditional B&Bs and hotels in the neighborhood. But instead, even with that option out there, that idea presented by municipalities and has been talked about for several years, the government has chosen to fill its own coffers with, we think, maybe $10 million. Again, we don't know. So it's really questionable how Clause 4 is really serving Nova Scotians. So I think just to summarize, this legislation has been created in a vacuum without a plan. It has been created without any analysis or any consultation. It is contributing to a narrative that I think Nova Scotians have to begin to question. Are we overtaxed with a government bringing in $2 billion more than 2 years ago, $2.5 billion more than 2 years ago? And have they, through this bill, through this clause, are they proposing a system that is so unwieldy it will, in essence, either create dozens of jobs and wasted time and effort for little or no impact with respect to the housing issue that it was, I think, was the intention of why this has been brought in by the government. But I think Nova Scotians expect more from their government than to throw a piece of legislation on the floor of the House, hoping it will create some illusion that they're trying everything in the books to address the housing issue, but have not been able to demonstrate to Nova Scotians that this in any way will work. So again, we've been left with another illusion of doing something. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and appreciate being able to stand on my feet tonight and say a few words about this very important bill. Where do I start? So it's important that, I mean, the whole conversation here tonight, and I guess for the next few days on Airbnb and the importance of Airbnb is not just on our local tourism economy, but also in our housing, in the housing solution, right? So we want to talk about the taxes on it. And one of the things I heard tonight was about the tax, this new tax that is going on the Airbnb, and how important it is that we have transparency. And we've heard some numbers thrown around here tonight and the last couple of nights about how much money this is going to take in and how much money governments take in. I would say that it's obviously important that governments take in money. We have some very pressing issues that's going to take a lot of funding and a lot of money to deal with. First of all, our healthcare and dealing with the healthcare situation that we have here in Nova Scotia and making sure that people get proper access. It's going to take a lot of money. And another part of that is obviously housing. And housing is healthcare, I would argue. I would argue that we need good housing, sustainable housing, and affordable housing in order to provide healthcare. Because without housing, people are living in the cold, people are living in tents. And as we see now, with winter being here, it is a struggle and it has an impact on people's housing. I will say this, though. I saw an announcement recently around using a former church to deal with some of the homeless issues that we have here in HRM, and I applaud the minister for moving forward with that. He did say a few weeks ago, that this was something he was looking at, and I do think that that is a possible solution in all of our jurisdictions, in all of the communities that we represent. We all have community halls, and we all have churches and areas like that that are struggling and could use the help. But they're empty spaces, and those empty spaces could be used for housing. So I will share a story about just recently we did take our family on a vacation. We saved up for a few years to go on vacation. Some people, I think I gave the story about, we went to New York, actually. We took the kids down to New York, and I loved it. On the way back, unfortunately, the vehicle broke down in Maine, which was a bit of a pain in the backside. But we had rented an Airbnb in New York. And when we got there, we found out that Airbnbs are actually illegal in New York. So they are still renting for anyone from New York that and any politicians from New York that are glued to Nova Scotia Ledge TV right now, there's probably dozens of politicians, maybe thousands of politicians around the world watching this riveting debate right now on Airbnbs and taxes on Airbnbs. They are still renting them out in New York, but it's kind of under the table kind of thing. Fortunately, we didn't end up using it because it wasn't a good situation. We ended up going somewhere else. I will say that we are here again on, I don't even know what day of the week it is, maybe Monday. I think that, Madam Chair, if I could talk about it for a quick second, I just think there's got to be a better way to do some of this stuff and get through these things and not have to be here all night long, every day, all night. I know that there are a lot of people in this chamber that want to be home with their loved ones, want to be home with their children, and these are times that you know, time doesn't stop for nobody, and you know, instead of being home, putting our children to bed, and instead of being home in our constituency, we are here now. So I plead with all the House leaders to maybe figure out some solutions here, so that we can have better ways of doing things in this legislature. And you know, I never thought, I'm 48 years old. Some days I feel younger, some days I feel older. I never thought in my lifetime that I'd be here on a Monday night at 9:43 debating taxes on an Airbnb. I probably didn't know what an Airbnb was until about 5 years ago, actually. So, you know, I do wonder, maybe the Minister of Tourism, do we have a Minister of Tourism? Yeah. Minister of Tourism could stand up and then maybe what kind of impact this is going to have, this tax on it. But I do think that there is obviously an impact when it comes to Airbnbs on housing and affordable housing and the housing stock. And again, we've heard this conversation, we've had these conversations for a long, long time, years and years and years, on how to solve the housing crisis and the housing issue that we're facing. And one of the things that we do know is that Airbnbs are being used and have been used for a source of income, and that's fine. People can make their money, for the most part, any way they want. But it does have a huge impact on the availability, especially in the urban cores. I shouldn't just say especially in the urban cores. We're right across Nova Scotia. Rural Nova Scotia is some of the coastal communities, and where housing is maybe not as available as it could be. So I do think that limiting, and I think this is what this bill is trying to do, trying to find a solution to housing issues, and the housing issue is a multi-pronged approach. For anyone that thinks that they can just come in here and slap down one idea or one bill and housing's going to be solved, that is absolutely not true. So I do think that it is a multi-pronged approach, and part of that is looking at the impact Airbnbs have on our housing sector. Yeah, it's getting tough. It's getting rough for people to find housing, and this is not a new issue. This isn't something that's all of a sudden sprung up. I will say, if I'm going to be completely honest with everyone in this room, I've been screaming from the rafters for almost a decade now about housing and saying it's coming. The issue's coming, and we did see that with, especially when we had immigration to this province, which we obviously applaud and want, and we've heard the current premier and past premiers talk about the importance of immigration, especially on the skilled trade, and it is all interconnected. If we're going to build houses, we need people to build those houses, right? Let's be frank. But I don't know if we necessarily prepared in the best possible way. You know, there was warning signs there, and it's something that I know some of us had spoken about publicly and privately too. When you start to see some of the more affordable areas, like let's be frank, Spryfield was a very affordable area. for those that know the area. Places like Fairview, Clayton Park used to be affordable. I remember one of my first apartments I ever got was a 2-bedroom on, oh my God, I'm getting old. I can't even remember the name of the street anymore. But no, it was by Sobeys in Clayton Park there. It was one of those side streets. No, It's the road right before you turn up to Costco. If you're going up Willow. I don't know, one of them. Anyways, it was a 2-bedroom, nice apartment with a balcony. That was about, I think we were paying $500 or $600. Now, mind you, I was 21 years old, so that was quite some time ago. First apartment I ever rented in my life, I rented for $300. It was Harbour Shore in Dartmouth. I was 16 years old and rented an apartment for $300-something a month. Which was big money back then for a 16-year-old, right? Me and my buddy Fabian rented it out, and we had our apartment at 16 years old, and we were some of the most popular kids in school because we were the only kids that had a place to go. So I will say that we are here tonight speaking on this bill. I do hope that we come to a conclusion on this bill and we figure it out. And clause 4 is what we're speaking on. Yeah, I know. But I do want to say that when these decisions are made, that we want to make sure that that people are heard, and it's not just the housing sector, it's also the people that did invest heavily in, and I know this might not be a popular side to take, but there are people that invest heavily into an Airbnb and a rental property, and they have these things, and it's not easy. Things have gotten more and more expensive, let's be honest. One of the things that's influenced the rental market has been the cost of everything going up. The cost of, I recently, Minister of Housing announced backyard suites, grants for backyard suites. $25,000, he said. And so I spoke to a couple of friends of mine that do these kind of things for a living. And they build and they do renovations and things like that. And I said, hey, Ricky, how much, if I gave you $25,000, could you build a backyard suite? And he said, Brendan, he said, listen, buddy, a couple of years ago, no problem. But the cost of everything has gone up so much now that $25,000 is not going to get you a backyard suite, right? But it's going to encourage people to build. And the reason why I brought that up is not that I think that the program is going to be a failure, and I think quite the opposite. I think the program is going to be extremely successful. And I applaud that idea, and I think going forward, we need more innovative ideas like that. But the truth is that $25,000 just doesn't go, which is kind of a crazy thing to say, but $25,000 doesn't go as far as it used to anymore, and obviously that's out of the control of the province. But I do hope that is successful, and I do hope that takes some of the pressures, and I think it will. I think it will definitely take some of the pressures off of housing. I think it's going to allow for affordable housing. I know, I mean, maybe not my mother-in-law, but somebody will want their mother or father-in-law, not my in-laws, but somebody would like their in-laws living in a backyard suite in their yard. Not to say that my in-laws aren't amazing people. I would gladly have them live in my backyard. That kind of sounds weird, but I would gladly have them live in my backyard, Rafina and Jerry. If you want to come live in my backyard, come on in. It's on the... I'm back on clause 4. I just had to dig myself out of that hole. I know, I do think it's good for that, but I also think it's going to be good for getting young people into, not just rental properties, but ownership too. So back to the Airbnbs, I think a little bit of this is that we're looking for, some people are looking for a magic wand and they're looking for some kind of magic solution, all this stuff. And when you're looking for a magic solution to all this stuff, you want to look at something to villainize it. And I think that part of it is villainizing Airbnbs and the impact it's had on it. And I'm sure it has had. I don't have the statistics. That would be, the statistic person would be the member for King South. I'm sure he's in the back room right now spitting out the statistics on the impact on Airbnbs, right? But I do think that we have to be careful, because the truth is, if I can be, if completely honest about this stuff, is a lot of people have invested their life savings, and a lot of people invest a lot of money into these things. And if the market collapses or falls out, or we remove that market from them and force them to sell at a discounted price, or maybe it's they're not getting, not everybody's blessed with a pension. Not everybody has a gold-plated pension, and some people have to invest. And I would say just 4 or 5 years ago, Airbnbs was a good investment. It was a great investment, right? So we want to be mindful of that when our leaders make decisions. That it's not easy to giveth and taketh away. And I think that's, hopefully, we're able to get through that and not have a massive financial impact on Nova Scotians who have invested in this, but at the same time respect people that are looking for affordable housing. And I think mixed sheriff, there's been, like, I'm going to put it on the record, but there's been a lot of good announcements, I think, in the last little bit on housing. And you do, it isn't about tapping yourself on the back, but it is, you deserve a round of applause on some of this stuff, because I do think the tiny houses thing is extremely important and part of the solution. I don't think housing's just one big thing. I think it's a jigsaw. And I would like to pat myself on the back for a moment here. Good job. But it was myself who brought this forward 4 years ago, and had the regulations changed to allow for tiny houses. And nothing was built. Nothing was built. I see one of my favorite members shaking her head because now it's being built. And I applaud that. And I went to the minister afterwards and I said, good, let's get these things going. Let's bang them out. Let's go. Because it's not just about rentals, it's about ownership. It really could be about building equity by purchasing smaller homes, tiny homes. So I was really happy about that, because I thought, mixed chair, I got a little frustrated because I was like, the changes are made. I remember sending message to one of the local councillors saying, when can we build? And we actually saw some of those smaller tiny homes become Airbnbs, right? So they became a source of income. And then, again, this is all part of the puzzle. Limiting Airbnbs, the tiny homes, which is great. New public housing, some people, we've heard a lot of debate on public housing here in this legislature, but what I would say to you, mixed chair, is some public housing being built is better than no public housing being built. And that's the truth. This is coming from an opposition member saying that, right? I can't remember the last time I saw public housing being built. Again, this is all part of the solution. So you haven't heard me stand up here and be critical about those, because I've said it a million times before, and I'll say it again. A good idea is a good idea, whether it's a Liberal, Conservative, NDP, Green, nonpartisan, who cares idea, where it comes from. A good idea is a good idea, and that's the truth. It is the truth. And I do think that with this clause in this bill in this November, well, I don't even know what day of the month we are anymore. 7th? 6th, November 6th. We stand here today, and this debate, I'm sure, will go down in history as one of the greatest debates ever in the Nova Scotia legislature. But I will say that I do think it's time to stop fighting and arguing and pointing fingers and saying one side, whether it's the government or the opposition or third party, that only one side has the corner on good ideas. And credit where credit is due. We've brought forward some ideas, and members of the government have been receptive to those ideas. And it wasn't just the Minister of Housing, but ministers as seniors. I early on in her mandate, we brought something forward and was proud to see it move. And I will forever give them credit on that. So I don't know, if I can go a full hour tonight. I'm pretty beat down. I had a long day. Mr. Chair, doing 5K run and 5K cycle every morning. I'm on shaky legs. I've been doing that for quite some time. I got some shaky legs. I'm no Leo Glavine, but gotta get some new suits too. But yeah, I do want to say that as long as you keep shoveling the good ideas, I'm going to keep saying, keep going. Keep going. Keep moving forward with some of these ideas. And I don't, I heard, talking about consultation on Airbnbs. I don't know where you would do consultation on Airbnbs. I mean, maybe there is smarter people than me that would know where to do that. I suspect, let me consult for you, Mr. Chair. I suspect that Airbnb owners would not be in favor of any type of taxation or regulations. I think most people are against taxation and regulation. Who is it that says live free or die? Which state is that? New Hampshire? Sounds good to me. I think as I get older, I'm 40. Just cross. I think as I get older, I'm 48. And I think as I get older, I want less and less government. Right? There are vital things that they should do, but but I do recognize that we've got to try something, right? We've got to try something when it comes to this housing issue, all jokes aside and all, being funny and stuff. But I mean, the truth is that, it's what do they say that doing things over and over is that's the definition of insanity or something like that, and expecting a different result. I feel like a lot of times that's what happens is we continue to do the same thing over and over and over and over, and then we expect a different results. Well, maybe it's time to do things differently and see if we get different results, right? Maybe it's time to listen to people who say, just kind of get out of our way and get things done. Maybe it's time to trust our nonprofits, like AHANS and others, Phoenix House. Imagine if I wouldn't, the truth is 40 years ago, if someone didn't have, in government, didn't have the trust in Phoenix House, which was just an old apartment on Hunter Street, someone didn't have the trust and the vision, I know I wouldn't be here, I know a lot of people wouldn't be here, and Phoenix House wouldn't be the organization they are today, which went from that one spot on Hunter Street, I will say, to when I lived there, they had supervised apartments, and then they moved on to other things. So when it comes to vision in government...
I am going to ask you to speak more directly to the clause. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
So when it comes to vision, we need to make sure that We don't block vision. And so I do think that it's kind of a double-edged sword when it comes to Airbnbs, right? We do know that we live in the most beautiful province in Canada. I'm a little biased. Some of us that had the privilege to travel the world. There's very few places like Nova Scotia. So we do know that Airbnbs are part of the tourism solution. They have to be, right? They have to be. Because quite frankly, they're one of the more affordable, they're one of the more affordable options. But they're also, if we want to draw more people into this province and tourism, it's a huge sector. We've got to make sure that there is availability. And for those that don't believe that, I would say to them that I think you need to stop and look at the amount of jobs that our tourism sector creates and the amount of money that comes in, and that's all related because that money that comes in helps pave your road, helps fund your health care, helps your schools, all those things. So we want to be able to be supportive of the industry, but at the same time, recognize that it is having a potential impact. And again, I will leave those numbers for the members for King South. There is an impact on our affordable housing sector and our housing stock, right? You know, the less houses there are, the less availability there is, the demand is higher and the prices go up. I mean, it's just, I'm no economic major, but it's simple supply and demand. And so I'm gonna wrap it up with saying that there's going to be lots of things to speak on this bill and other bills and more nights. But I do want to recognize that we want creative solutions. We don't want to slow down an industry, and we need to work together. And we also have to figure out the House, the legislature, all of this, because it's all connected. We're in here debating a clause, and we're going to debate more stuff and this stuff and that stuff. We've got to figure this whole thing out. The song that keeps coming in my head is "Why Can't We Be Friends?" Right? And maybe the member for North End, who has an absolutely stunning voice, will get up and sing that later on. Halifax Needham, sorry. We'll get up and sing that later on. Heard her sing, she's a great singer. So, again, you know, I'm going to go on record and say that I do support the Airbnb industry, but at the same time, we need to make sure that, most importantly, that people have a place to live. And quite frankly, this is a generational issue. And by that, I mean, like, moving forward, this is going to, the impact that it's going to have on lives, people's ability to buy and purchase, people's ability to build credit and equity, people's ability to have a safe roof over their head. You know, we all say there's a crisis, this crisis, that crisis, and I don't like to throw that word around a lot. But what I will say is that whatever it takes to solve this issue, to put a safe, affordable roof over people's head, then I would say do it. With that, Mr. Chair, I'll take my seat. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But can I say something before I start? I want to congratulate you, Mr. Speaker, on finishing your PhD. So congratulations. I saw that. I don't even get high school. So I want to say that. I saw that on Facebook. I think that's great.
He doesn't want to be called out.
I don't want to be, no, I'm not. I'm actually going to stick to clause 4 actually a lot. So because Mixed Chair, I had the ability to talk to a few folks on the way up on the drive today from Sydney. And to talk about the clause specifically, and really ultimately what it comes down to is the cost and the administration of it. For me, that's a big part of it, but it's also a bit about a part of the conversation I had with a few folks today, and really kind of the comparison between someone who owns one unit or space that uses it as an Airbnb versus maybe a corporation or a larger business that actually has multiple Airbnbs. And the argument around the fact that folks who have one Airbnb, that's actually their income. So like that's how they've decided to make their money. Ultimately, they're going to want to continue down that path. So should some sort of tax system be put in place, what does that look like for the person who owns one or few versus a company or a corporation that owns many? And I actually would make that kind of argument, you know, as someone who's never supported the carbon tax. I always felt that the tax was a detriment to people at the ground level that are trying to spend. I hear a couple of chuckles behind. I'd actually be happily to table the documents from Stephen McNeil, who was against the carbon tax back in 2016. So all that exists as a government. But the point I'm trying to make is that it's almost, the argument could almost be the same in this case, is that how do you implement a tax globally on Airbnbs when you have people maybe that don't live in the large urban areas but are living in rural Nova Scotia, whether it's Bedeque or Yarmouth or anywhere in between, that have a second location or a cottage or whatever that they have for Airbnb and off season, that ultimately is their income. So in an area where housing may not have as much demand, they're looking at this saying, well, why should I pay the same amount of tax or the same percentage of tax or be under the same system that a corporation or somebody, maybe an HRM or CVRM for that matter, have multiple Airbnbs. And again, this is ultimately under the foundation of trying to create more housing, but I think it's an interesting argument to make. You know, I have a few points to make on a number of things tonight, but I want to bring this conversation again, and I think it's important. And this is where you know, you always try to, as I said, I always try to put myself in a position where I'm still on the government side, I'm still in cabinet, and I'm saying, okay, how am I addressing this issue? It's very easy for me to get up and say, yeah, against this, against that. But it's similar, like you know, similar to other bills that we're debating, Mixed Chair. You always try to put that lens on it to say, okay, well, what's in the best interest of the collective? What would I be doing, and what would I be saying to the leadership, based on what I'm hearing, not only in my own community but communities across the province. And it's like, so in talking to people, and I've received a bunch of notes from folks, because this matters to people, especially in rural Nova Scotia, and especially to folks who don't have multiple Airbnbs. And I think there is a solid argument there to be said that if you are a family living in rural Nova Scotia that is not living in one of the major urban centers, and you have made the decision for Airbnb to be one of your streams of income, why should they be taxed similarly to somebody in the HRM or one of the larger urban cores with multiple Airbnbs, which is happening. We know that, and that's causing a big problem in housing stock for folks, and that's why the government's trying to do this, and that's why the government is bringing this forward, is because this is one of the ways that they're trying to tackle the issue around housing. You know, we've heard from multiple speakers tonight that I kind of tend to agree that having a tax of a certain amount in this case, and my colleague from Bedford South really kind of got into it in the report, is that it's not going to stop people from doing this, especially it's not going to stop corporations from doing it. These folks are coming in and they're building or they're buying and they're converting and they'll happily pay the tax because the revenues that they generate will far outweigh the tax that they're going to pay. But what I worry about though are those families in a cost of living crisis who have one unit, or maybe two, or maybe three. You know, we can debate that. But these families that made that decision to take their property and make it an Airbnb with never, in some cases, not having an option to make it into housing for someone. This is their income, and you know, I've talked to people who are, you know, they have children, they only have one spot, and they're saying, why should I be lumped in with a big corporation? Which I would argue, as I said, I would argue the same, which has been the detriment of the carbon tax, in my opinion, is that everyday Canadians were lumped in, and you should have been looking, I personally believe you should have been looking at the bigger players, kind of like what we did around cap and trade. But back to this bill and back to Clause 4, and it goes to money, and I think that it's an important conversation to have, and I think for many rural MLAs here that represent rural communities, if you take the time to have this conversation with folks who may have may have a cottage, or they may have a second property that they're using as an Airbnb, you'll find out very quickly that many of these are in rural spots that they use for a primary income. And I think there needs to be a differentiation, or if you're looking at a tax, you have to look at it in a scope that says, let's not, we can't tax all these people the same way. If this is going to pass because they're a majority government. So what I'm trying to really reinforce with Clause 4, Mr. Speaker, is that they take that into account, and that the rural MLAs take that into account. And I'm seeing this. I see this in the CBRM too as well. We're seeing this. We're seeing new companies come in. We're seeing new investment come into the community, and we've seen the Airbnb industry come forward, and it's important. You know, Cape Breton is huge for tourism, as many other parts of the province, but Cape Breton plays a huge part in it, and we've needed, Airbnb has kind of helped fill that gap when it comes to the accommodations that we've needed, and it's happened in other communities across the province. So I don't want to completely downplay the Airbnb. There's an important role for the Airbnb market to play, but I don't think a tax is going to make people convert their Airbnbs. I think that incentives, and I'm going to get into this in a second, I think the real incentives should be, and the money should go to municipalities. I don't think it should stay in the province at all. I think if you're going to encourage housing and you want the municipalities to play a part in it, I think the province taking the money, whatever that money is going to be generated, the municipalities are going to end up enforcing this thing, unless the province is going to look at a whole new enforcement wing of Airbnb police. And policy and bylaws and all that stuff, which I cannot see happening, they ultimately will bear the brunt of this. So I get where I think that this is something that if you're going to implement an Airbnb tax, I think it's something that you need to talk to your municipalities about. And I think that the municipalities, in my opinion, are going to be policing this thing. They're ultimately on the ground doing this now. If they don't have the expertise, they could probably tie it into the expertise that they have within their communities. And personally, I believe that they should get the tax. If there's going to be a tax on this stuff, there needs to be a portion of that to go to municipalities, because ultimately people are coming into those communities and they're using roads and they're using infrastructure and they're using public space. They're utilizing libraries. They're utilizing all these services. Why not give them the money? So that's one of the arguments that we've been making tonight, is that ultimately, where is the money going? There's a great place it could go. Go to the municipalities. Let the municipalities put it into helping organizations that support our most vulnerable. Arguments been made tonight that it should go into public housing. All of these things are important, and that's why you've heard a lot of discussion on Clause 4 tonight. Is because really we're coming down to it. It's coming down to the money side of it. So again, it's a challenge, right? This is a huge challenge, and I've had a number of my colleagues talk about it tonight. The challenge that communities are facing when it comes to housing. And it's one of those cases where it's like you got to look at all your options, and I totally get that. and you hear the stories of buildings that were all, they were apartments, and they, a new company comes in, and they convert it, and that's problematic, especially in our urban centers. That's what happens when you drive from Cape Breton at 6 o'clock in the morning and then try to talk it after 10. But anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that this is one way that government believes that they can tackle a part of the housing issue. But I would argue that I just don't think that it's going to change. It's going to change larger companies, especially from converting to back to single dwellings or family units or however the size they are. But it also, as I said, is going to play an impact on folks that really used their Airbnbs, that don't have the capacity to buy multiple ones, that they've been fortunate enough or they made the investment as a family to have that second property, to use that as an income generator for their family. And I'm just going through my notes here, Mixed Chair. It's some of the comments I've received from people, and I'm kind of paraphrasing a bit, but some people have categorized Airbnbs in the sense that you have the large corporation Airbnb, and then you have the Airbnb operator that is maybe a single family. They may have one unit or 2 or 3 units, and to try to compare them the same, you can't. And that's where, when you're looking at a tax, you got to look at that stuff. You got to look at private ownership. You got to look at you look at multi ownership or multinational or however you want to say it. But this is a concern for folks. It is, because I think everybody, and in talking to folks, it's not that they're saying, throw this out completely. It's wrong. But what they're saying is that essentially, this is not going to be your solution to the housing issue, and you got to look at it in the sense that for some people this is their primary income, and as I said, they may only have a unit or 2, and then you have corporations coming in just buying up everything, and that's a totally different story altogether, and that's really where you got to watch what's happening, especially in your bigger urban cores. So it's a challenge. It's a challenge for any government, whoever's in government. A challenge at a national level too. You're trying to build more housing. You have labor shortages at times. You have aging infrastructure, and you have governments all over the country trying to tackle this. And they're looking at all their options. And part of that ultimately is going to be making investments in public housing. So this tax goes through, majority government, so where does the money go? As was talked about tonight, many of my colleagues talked about putting it into public housing. And that is an option for sure. Government's trying to make announcements around public housing. We've been, paying attention. We've been debating bills of that nature in the legislature. They're going to continue to make investments. They made a good investment. I'll give them credit. Made a good investment in Sydney in that project Tartan Downs. I hope the feds come forward with the rest. That's an excellent project for the community, and we know that student housing and all this plays a big part, because it's all connected, whether you're a resident of the community, whether you're a student, all of it's connected. And we hope the government continues to look at those investments, and we hope the federal government continues to step up and make some of those strategic investments around housing that will help communities across our province and across the country, for that matter. And a solid argument was made that the money that's generated from this tax, which we'll go through because they have a majority government, is that 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 a portion of it or all of it going to public housing, or even going to our shelters, mixed chair too as well, taking that money and investing it in areas of high priority, which we all know housing is. Whether that's public housing, whether that's affordable housing, or supporting, yeah, or keep. I lost my train of thought. Talking to the member. No, it's okay. So as I said, it's ultimately public housing, big part of it. I argue too, and I've said it as well. If there's millions generated from this, I think a portion of it should go to the municipalities. I do. I think for their infrastructure needs, I think for their public infrastructure that comes into play when you're trying to build public housing. We've run into this situation where, governments will make announcements around public housing, and then we find out that a municipality doesn't have the infrastructure in place to ensure that if that's built, what do the pipes look like under the ground? How does the infrastructure look? We saw that in Bridgewater, brought forward by Mayor Mitchell. So why not give it to the municipalities? But lots of councillors around here. We have this conversation. Lots of councillors in the legislature mixed chair, and maybe some watching. Who knows? NSFMs this week, so we'll see lots of councillors from all over the province around, and they would be the first to tell you that a lot of times, and I used to get frustrated with two mixed chairs, that these policies come, municipalities don't know about it, and then all of a sudden they got a new thing to police. And do it the right way the first time. You know what I mean? If you're going to pass this tax, involve the municipalities, give them a portion of the money. If it's, I'm just throwing numbers out. I'm not tabling anything. But if it's 10 million, a percentage goes to them, to all the municipalities to help with the enforcement part of a new policy around Airbnbs. And I think that's easily done. I think they would welcome the money. And they would welcome the conversation, and I believe that they would welcome the ability to know what's happening. And I just know enough. I know enough. And you look at Clause 4, and you look at how much money this could generate. I say to myself, here's another great relationship that you could build with the municipality and not leave them with the price tag. You could actually give them the money to help enforce it. And I bet you the municipalities would come back with some really great feedback on how to effectively put a policy in place, but also effectively put a tax policy in place depending on the size of the ownership around some of these Airbnbs. And you can use any rural community across the province, whether it's Digby or, I'm just throwing names out, mixed chair, but I think you would probably get a little bit of a variance in an opinion if you talk to Digby compared to talking to the CBRM. So I think it's important. The challenge is that we, again, and I'm not going to talk all night on this, but I do want to reiterate this on the tax side of it. There's a very different variance of people who own Airbnbs. And there are the ones, as I've said, this is their livelihood. So they've made this decision because they've had a family property. They only own one or maybe two. Or maybe, but the people I've talked to have owned one. And this is supporting their family in a cost of living crisis. So I think you've got to be very careful in how you tax this. And I look at the leader from Yarmouth. So the Airbnb environment in Yarmouth could be I would argue, would be very different than the Airbnb environment in the CBRM. You're dealing with two very different populations in size. Tourism is a factor, but the person who owns one Airbnb in Yarmouth shouldn't be taxed the same as the person who owns 25 or 50 Airbnbs in the HRM. So this will go through. I really appreciate the opportunity to say a few words on this. So I'll leave you with this. This will be it. Look at who owns these. Look across your communities and get your feedback from your municipalities. involve your municipalities, and I believe a percentage of that money should go to public infrastructure and policing and bylaws to help them, because ultimately they're going to be the ones that are dealing with this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Shall Clause 4 carry? Clause 4 is carried. Is there any discussion on clauses 5 to 15? Shall clauses 5 to 15 carry? The clauses are carried. Shall the title carry? The title is carried. Shall the bill carry? The bill is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. I move that you now rise and report progress on this bill. We will now rise and report progress. Order. The Committee of the Whole House on Bills reports. I recognize the clerk.
That the Committee of the Whole House on Bills has met and considered the following bill, Bill 320, without amendments, and the Chair has been instructed to recommend this bill to the favourable consideration of the House.
Order that the bill be read at on a future date for a third time. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mixed Speaker. I move that the House do now rise to meet again on November 7th between the hours of 1 p.m. and 11:59 p.m. Government business will include a continuation of Committee of the Whole House and bills for third reading 321, 327, 322, 329, 332, 334, and 337. Thanks.
The motion is to adjourn to resume on November 7th at 1 p.m. All those in favor? Aye. We stand adjourned.